Groups on ESPN Plus, watching ever so closely the cut line on Friday.
Where's your guy at? He's right there getting the stick.
It's hard for most of us to hit a good golf shot with even a few strangers watching. So let's establish that as a baseline.
Justin Thomas, he's got that look.
Now we can discuss the madness that is believing you can win a major championship.
Xander with victory at Valhalla.
It seems so familiar, part of our sporting calendar, that the inherent madness of this act has become almost obscured. It's nearly impossible. You've got to defeat the best golfers in the world. The course, the weather, and yourself. Every negative thought or bad memory demanding space in your mind.
There's your champion. Unbelievable.
Someone is going to overcome all of that and win this year's PGA Championship.
Taking a look at our featured group and exactly where things shake out in terms of perspective. Birdies indicated by those balls in red, bogeys or worse came from where you see those gray balls. So Matt Fitzpatrick, still a chance to get to that green and produce something, albeit on that right side rough.
He should be okay over there. I love to hear Wright Thompson do those voiceovers. Makes you want to go sit on the porch and have a three-fingered bourbon with him.
Yeah, I love that. You see that microphone? Black corner. I like it. Yes, it doesn't come out. You still want to chat.
He's got a tree in front of him. Can't tell whether he's going to need to chase it low or he can go unobstructed high.
Come on, man.
172 and he's talking to it.
That is just a big old pull. I really thought that ball would land short of the green, bounce up. That'd be his play. He said he tried to fly it back there at a low trajectory.
Gary Christian, our eyes and ears on the grounds, and pretty straight away right here for Rahm, huh?
Yeah, nice to be out here, and you know, one of those opportunities after a good drive to be aggressive. It is a tiny little ledge, though, isn't it? That it's only about 25 feet deep, so see if you can get it up top. You're going to have a nice look at birdie. Spent a lot of time in his short irons and wedges on the range warming up today.
.135 for his approach.
Well, that's a surprise.
Huh.
And now Cantlay.
You got to figure out that eventually Patrick's going to start putting things together. So this is that great opportunity. Pitches right on the bank, just short of the flag. Boy, that's got to sit. That's carrying very deep. Oh, he's missed his spot by 5 or 6 yards there, Steve.
What's going on?
I'm shocked. I am shocked. As are they.
Yeah, Rahm even went back and double checked his yardage book, looking at the number. And a similar reaction here.
Not only a head scratcher, a head shaker. Well, they've left themselves some 3 very difficult up and downs here for their par.
This is the second most difficult hole on property today.
There are some hole locations today that have caused players to kind of do a double take. There are 4 or 5 that if you're not careful, you can roll back off greens. They're inaccessible. And again, Kerry Haig and his championship committee done a fabulous job not only setting up the golf course, but setting the hole locations every day. And amazing too how much rain they had starting last weekend through Wednesday. They had what, Chantel, over 4 inches of rain, I think they recorded.
That's right. It began to dump on Friday, and obviously throughout the weekend some sprinkles, a lot of saturation on Monday, and accumulation of over 4 inches. And Gary, you walked through a lot of that, disposed at least 1 pair of shoes, so you can speak to how the course has kind of been able to be managed since then.
Well, I'm just amazed how well it's dried out. You know, the talk yesterday morning was of mud balls, but you know, the whole afternoon we covered 3 players and there wasn't 1 mud ball of any significance. There may have been just a tiny little bit of debris, but that was it. So hopefully it was just the morning of the first round that's been the problem. So we'll keep an eye on it, but it's phenomenal how well it's drained. So it's becoming a little bit firmer minute by minute. Now Matt Fitzpatrick has got a very awkward one here. Everything runs away from him. It was one, Steve, I don't think he could have landed it on the green and kept it on there just from the lie sitting down just enough.
Yeah, out of position. Cross-handed.
Another look here. About a quarter of the players who have come through this hole already have been past this green in the rough.
And Gary, this lie looks pretty thick for Rahm.
Yeah, I'm not sure it is. I thought it was going to be Cantlay first, but maybe not. Yeah, so for Rahm, it's right up against the edge. But it's one I think you take a decent sized swing and only got to move it 7 or 8 feet and then just let it roll down to the hole. Kind of like that. Well done.
I'll say.
This is one you've got to be very careful of. Everything runs away past the hole. And the tendency will be to do just that. That could have run off the green quite comfortably. That's actually a pretty good shot from there.
Kind of playing defense almost.
Well, the mistake was made on the second shot, and as a result you had to go pure defense on a hole where you had a wedge in.
Soft hands.
Just cut the legs right underneath that. Landed right in the fringe. Now Fitzpatrick after the birdie at 1. long save here for par.
Just moving downhill to the right. So it's just been a matter of, this year the iron play has been particularly poor for Matt. It was way better in round 1. So working on a few things. He's kind of got an interim coach, Mark Blackburn. His normal coach is unable to travel, so Mark has taken over and just worked on a few things with setup, a few things with how he sets the club, and just trying to get a little bit better delivery with a little less handwork at impact. And certainly the results came through yesterday, so that's got to be very encouraging indeed.
How's his attitude like on the range? What you have seen of him throughout the week and so far?
It was actually really good. He's a pretty serious young man, but he was very light-hearted and joking around a bit before the round.
Well, earlier this year at the RBC Heritage, he said, quote, "It's the lowest I've ever felt. Going on a golf course, I don't even want to be there."
Yeah, and sometimes there's a change in something, a change in coach. It's almost like that new manager bounce in English soccer, where a new man comes in and then all of a sudden results start to turn around immediately with just a different set of eyes and a different, maybe a different few things of saying potentially the same thing but in a different way. So you can kind of springboard that momentum to some good play, and that's certainly been the case so far.
Yeah,
So
I want to get back to that, but 12 feet here for a save for Cantlay.
a similar putt, isn't it? It's downhill, it's left to right. It's almost tough to play it high enough because you've got to hit it so soft.
That would be a back-to-back bogey start for Patrick, who is about to move to 5 over.
Steve, wrong pace and wrong line. Not a great combination, is it? That's someone who is way off the pace.
He is all out of sorts right now. What a horrible way to start your day. Now, there are some birdie hills out here, but you can't afford to play many more holes like this.
Less than 5 feet here for John. Anything in this one, Gary?
Just a tiny bit of left to right inside the hole. Just keep the pace up.
Rahm has top 10 in every single live event this season. And a player of his caliber as a former world #1, you certainly crave to see more than that.
Well, the difficulty of the second hole is certainly being exposed here.
Well, Steve, it shouldn't have been from where they hit the drives. They did the hard work.
I know.
That was truly head scratching, those two wedges.
Yesterday, Cantlay made not a single putt outside of 10 feet.
That is very unlike him.
Well, we are going to make a very long day on Friday, aren't we, Steve?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, when you become a player of that caliber, you kind of build your schedule around majors. And when you don't have an early good major, it's pretty disappointing. That doesn't mean he can't bounce back, but he's digging himself a hole.
And after birdieing the first, he gives it away there. Matt Fitzpatrick.
3 bogeys here at 2.
Just a reminder, you can follow 4 other featured groups and holes here on ESPN Plus. Watch your favorite players from tee to green, all 18 holes, plus the Green Mile. There's action everywhere. It's the PGA Championship in the 107th edition. Third hole. What do we got here, Steve?
Well, it's a straightaway hole. There are very few of those here at Quail Hollow, 471 yards. Like so many here, you've got to worry about the landing area. The deep bunkers to the right. If you go left, those trees come into play. Flagstick today, right in the front part of the green, and if you come up short, it's going to roll back 15 to 20 yards. Beautiful Tahoma surrounds here at Quail Hollow really are distinctively different than the fairways that are overseeded with rye.
Eleven birdies found at this hole today, but more bogeys and doubles, so danger does lurk. Matt Fitzpatrick with the honor.
Good start there for Matt, just down the right center.
Quiet, please.
Chantel, it is humid, it is close, it is kind of hazy, it's full humidity. It is a sapping day today.
Yes, 60% humidity last time I checked. What does that do with the golf ball?
Well, you know what? Could you turn that 6 upside down? Because it feels like 90%.
Wow.
It's just one of those. There's not a breath of wind, and it just sits on top of you. That's a good sign to see John in good spirits, despite bogey on the last.
Yesterday he found only 9 fairways, but he was 12th best in driving distance, so taking advantage of the power.
Smashed.
I'll say. Well, his long game is good.
We've confirmed that.
Well, he just struggled a little yesterday around the greens, didn't he? And I watched his warm-up. He, until 20 minutes before his round, all he had done was chip, putted, and hit wedges. So obviously he feels like the long game's in really good shape.
A little more oomph on this one after the last 2 holes.
Maybe so. That's perfect there down that left side. Oh, it's just drifted left. He's one bounce right.
Almost.
Okay, well, a lot of power on that, but finding the left rough just barely. Patrick Cantlay, John Rahm, and Matt Fitzpatrick in your featured group coverage. Welcome back. Second round coverage of the PGA Championship at Quail Hollow. And let's check in with PGA professional Joe Hallett. He's in Frisco, Texas from the PGA of America Coaching Center, powered by T-Mobile.
To be back with you all again, and I want you to notice something about Matthew Fitzpatrick. After the first round, I believe he was tied for 4th in strokes gained around the green. So if he was missing the green, that wasn't that big of an issue. But one thing I love that he does that I would love to see a lot of people do, gripping down when you're around the green on that wedge brings you closer to the ball, kind of stabilizes everything, gets you a little closer to the club head, you have some feel. And I wonder if there's any coincidence that he also does that on the driver. He seems to be pretty good off at the tee with that today.
T-Mobile for Business, exclusive 5G partner solutions. Thanks to Joe for that insight. Yesterday, he taught us the Hideki pause, why that can be beneficial with your swing, even taking your grip, your left and right hand apart, and giving that a few whacks with driver. And now we get some short game here. Look at what we saw Matt Fitzpatrick do at the last.
Well, Vijay Singh actually sort of started the left hand low. Matthew took a shot at it and kind of liked it. Typically, it's when you get some yips around the greens. And I'm not suggesting either player had yips, but they're just more comfortable with that left hand low. I would suggest Victor Hovland consider that, because his short game now is in tatters.
We have had quite the terminology use in the last couple of days.
I try to be nice to I watched Victor this morning take 3 to get on the green from 10 yards away over on the 12th hole.
Ouch.
Yeah, ouch is right. Got up and down for double.
Only second here for Matt Fitzpatrick from 159, Gary.
So, Steve, you talked about that force front. There's zero reason to bring that into play because there's a lovely backstop about 25 feet past the hole.
Good strike.
And there's that backstop. Come on back. There we go.
There we go. There. Very nice. Good call, Gary. Good shot, Matty.
I did the easy thing there, Steve. Matt did the hard work.
Never wrong when you're on course, right?
Exactly. Now, Cantley's got a great lie in the rough. The grass going with him. Just take this up and over the tree in front of him. I'll be interested to see how quickly this will stop with the good lie. It's just off, isn't he? Just everything is just that tiny bit off. Played well last week as well. It's surprising.
Yeah, there was some promise at the Truist Championship, which, of course, last week was played in Philadelphia at the Cricket Club rather than at this property. All right, John Rahm sitting pretty.
Okay, so awful wedge on the previous hole. I think the law of averages for a world-class player is to make the alteration right here. Give yourself a look inside 15 feet.
So what's going on with Patrick Cantley's game? Let's evaluate. Going back to yesterday in that 74, again, they started on the back 9. And at the 12th, he ran into some trouble, Steve.
Yeah, this is very un-Cantley-like. To curve the ball that much. Kind of hung back on it and flipped it at the bottom. Made a mess of things here. This is his 3rd shot in that wet, moist, thick rough. Got it on the green, but watch this ball just roll and roll and roll. All the way off the green. I hear the 2nd shot at 18.
And 18, for as much as we talk about the difficulty, it did give up a decent amount of birdies yesterday, but not for him.
Well, he did the hard part. He drove it in the fairway and then hit it over the green. Now here at the first from 212 yards, his second. And another missed green.
Yeah, only found 11 greens yesterday in regulation, scrambled 7 times. So that paints the picture of what was going on in round 1 as he now sits 5 over par for the tournament.
Cut right now 2 over. Would that be fair? What do you think?
Still
Team?
hugging the 2 over. And by the way, last time he played a major here, the PGA Championship in 2017, 5 over was the cut line with an 8 under winning score. Okay, Cantlay's third shot here, Gary.
Very simple shot here. Everything just feeds down to the left.
These players are such good bunker players.
Steve, it helps when you know where that low point is, doesn't it? I mean, that's the thing with amateurs chipping. It's so inconsistent.
They always want to help it up. They don't realize you got to hit it down to go up.
Exactly.
Sand here at Quail Hollow, the same sand that the players find when they play the Masters. It's called Spruce Pine 55, and it is white, it is angular, it is perfect.
Might scoop me up a bucket full.
There are some people who elect to do that for their golf man cave. Save pencils, take some sand, keep the yardage bucks, whatever floats your boat.
All right, Rahm now for birdie.
This is one that it's that nice imaginative one where it's right to left the whole way. I think this is just outside, a cup outside the right at fairly soft holding speed. So it's one there's no confusion about what it does. I think this is the one he makes, but just because it's one of those ones you got to let the imagination do the work.
"15 feet here, and this guy gained a stroke and a half on the field with the flat stick yesterday. Gosh, Jon Rahm's press conferences are must-see TV, aren't they, Steve?
Very unfiltered, I guess is the best way to describe it. Would that be fair?
What he was talking about in terms of career Grand Slam, just completed, of course, by Rory McIlroy, who we are watching closely as he is outside of the cut line at this moment in time. But just so insightful, so thoughtful. But Jon Rahm just goes into so much detail because he watches so much old golf. Well done, Matt Fitzpatrick.
Not a par on the card yet.
Gary, I don't know about you, but very few PGA Tour players can rattle off history like Jon Rahm can when it comes to the game and specifically major championships.
Yeah, it's impressive, isn't it? And, you know, that's why he has that special focus on the Grand Slam events, the majors.
I'll tell you another one from another era who's pretty good at that. Crenshaw.
Nothing like the old timers. One thing I thought was pretty fascinating from the press conference this week is he was asked about how he views majors now that he's been playing them for a decade. He said he used to think he had to play perfect to win. And now he realizes, by way of listening to Padraig Harrington, you don't have to play perfect. You have to put full faith in all aspects and just manage the course. Simplify it. Don't perfect it.
Good self-advice. Rahm would love to play on the Ryder Cup team, the European Ryder Cup team coming up. It's a big gray area right now.
His best finishes at each major championship, of course, slipping on the green jacket in 2023. And he did make that announcement going to live later that year. So now a full year playing live under his belt. And so many wonder, is that the catalyst in the story for why he hasn't produced in the last handful of major championships? Currently ranked 82nd in the world is Jon Rahm.
Players have made their way to the fourth, the par 3 today, measuring 181 yards. Hole location today back right. It's accessible if you can play from left to right like Rahm can. This is a hole location that will fit his eye. 3 bunkers in the front really don't come into play. It's a wide, shallow green though. And that right hole location on a little knob up there.
This is the easiest playing par 3 today. 33 birdies, just a hair over par. So maybe a chance to get one at this hole.
That ace on this hole, Eric Cole, first ever hole-in-one in his PGA Tour career.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Not have much choice. Like an ES7. I'm just going to go tree and 3. Yeah, even left that time.
Gary, I always thought information was good. Too much information was not good.
I get a sense with Fitzpatrick and Cantley, they're two very similar players, aren't they? Very analytical. And I think I wouldn't be surprised that would probably throw Jon Rahm a little bit off his rhythm. Obviously, he likes to get up and at it without too much thought.
That's a great point. I always love watching the dynamic between a threesome.
Listen, it's interesting when you think about Matt Fitzpatrick and, you know, Mark Blackburn coaching him, you know, Billy Foster stepped away from the bag. You know, there's a lot of differences in Matt's game.
We were trying to land it. Let's just go off that like 60 number. I think it's playing just over that number. So low 60s to there. So if you hit a 60 shot, it should land about that 55.
Adam Hayes has held this job for a long time.
Quinn's not doing a whole lot. Okay.
More direction.
Correct. Yep. See that shot, my man.
Now, what little wind there is back into the players. As you said, Chantal, this is an ideal shape for Jon. I think if you look between the right edge of the camera tower, or left edge of the camera tower and the flag, and just fit it in there, and if it fades, great. Very aggressive line here.
I'll get lucky.
Got to be careful.
Get lucky.
Let's see if Patrick can hit it. A good shot. Turn his fortunes around.
I think for Patrick, he needs a little belief early on in this round. He knew what he needed to do to make the cut, and obviously get off to a really slow start. It's very easy to kind of get down yourself, isn't it, and just lose a little focus. So he needs something impressive early just to get the belief back.
Certainly has the ability.
Well, statistically, he's got no weakness in his game, which is really surprising why he's playing so poorly. That's a better shot. This might be the shot.
Easy. That's beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. Good play.
Shot of the round so far. The Queen City hosting once again for the PGA Championship. Most recently 2017 and 2025. The Wanamaker will be awarded on Sunday. Sunny skies out here in the Queen City.
Pop quiz. What is the nickname of Charlotte, North Carolina?
I have no idea.
I have no clue. I have no idea.
What is the nickname of Charlotte, North Carolina?
The Queen City.
Nailed it.
I went to Wake.
I know, but not a lot of guys
It took
got
me
that.
9 years to graduate, but I think I got that one.
That is perfect. Sadly, Will Zalatoris will likely not be with us Saturday or Sunday.
This is a beautiful city, Charlotte.
Here's John Rahm from the greenside bunker.
And a beautiful shot from Rahm. A lot of good golf courses here in town. Charlotte Country Club has hosted a number of USGA championships.
I played there on Wednesday. It was very nice. Just about to do a big restoration as well.
They like to restore their course often. Just leave well enough alone.
I get a sense it's going to go back to a full-on Donald Ross. So it's kind of a hybrid version, but it was beautiful to play. A friend of mine, Eric Williamson, is the director of golf there, so he was kind enough to let me up there.
He's from Birmingham, is he not? Or was he not?
He was at Shoal Creek for many years.
Wow, there's the connection.
Okay, so let's see if Matt can figure this out. Moving left to right, about halfway down there, and then it almost kind of straightens out right at the end.
One of those.
Steve, I really enjoyed watching Cantlay's shot there. So these greens are firm, but if the ball is struck correctly, it will hold. If it's struck anything less than correctly, it will release. So that was a great sign there, how softly that came in, landing in a very narrow part of the green.
The golf course superintendent Keith Wood has done an amazing job with all the early rain we've discussed. They got the sub-air system, which basically sucks out the moisture in the green profile, but he has been very attentive in the course setup, and it is just superb.
This for Cantlay's first birdie of the day and his first putt made outside of 10 feet for the tournament.
Well, I didn't see any break here. This is a very straight putt.
Chantel, you jinxed him.
trend just continued, Steve.
Okay.
Well, clearly everyone's feeling the humidity, yourself included, huh, Gary?
Yes. English people tend to feel it a little bit more than you lot. It's soupy. I tell you one thing, I'm very happy the cloud cover's up here, so it's doable. It's, you know, watching someone like Jon Rahm warm up, he was just perspiring and he was just working hard early and often. And it's just, you know, these events, these majors mean so much to these players. They will push themselves physically, mentally, and emotionally.
For his first par of the day, 5 feet and in for Matt. Weeks as the #1 player in the world was Jon Rahm once upon a time. Boy, was it fun when he and Scottie Scheffler were battling back and forth, wasn't it, Gary?
Oh, absolutely. That was some halcyon days there, wasn't it? A big personality, and Scottie Scheffler, yeah, more of the humble #1, trying to swap places. I hope to see them play many more times coming up in the near future.
Next May, the PGA Championship returns to Wanamaker Golf Club. That's in Newton Square, Pennsylvania, right outside of Philadelphia. Register for tickets visiting pgachampionship.com/register. But registration closes soon.
Wanamaker has some of the greatest bunkering I have ever seen on any golf course. It is just spectacular. Credit to PGA of America for going to great golf courses.
Show us how it goes at 5th hole.
5th hole is 458 yards. It's a wide corridor out there. There's room left and right, but the bunkers are in the landing area. Now, some of the longer hitters could carry the bunkers on the right. Rahm maybe can. I'm not sure Cantley can. Today, the hole cut on the very top tier, right in the back of the green. If they miss it left or right, it'll roll off either side.
And some stats to go along with the action of today. 7 birdies at this hole, 23 bogeys, and an other, Steve.
Well, when you think about half the field of 156 is already played through, plus some afternoon rounds, that's not many birdies at 7. It's looking toward the bunkers here.
Bunker bound right there.
Yeah. Gary, he's just not long enough to carry, is he?
I mean, he's added a good 10-15 yards in the last 5 years, but he's just now above average. You know, it's only the very longest of the long can take it over that right bunker.
Jon Rahm perfect finding fairways so far today.
Rahm is taking on that bunker. He's aiming right over it. Ball speed 185, Gary. That's pretty good.
That was actually a draw there, Steve. Highly unusual, but hammered.
Only perfect.
Patrick, to me, has that game that's tailor-made for the majors. Yeah, majors will identify any weakness in the game. Patrick has no identifiable weakness.
Yet he only has 2 top 5s in his major championship career.
It's so odd, isn't it?
Perplexing.
That's in that right bunker as well, maybe right of it.
Just skirting the right edge of that. PGA Junior League, bringing friends, families, and communities together through the game of golf. All with expert PGA and LPGA coaching. Find a team near you. PGAJuniorLeague.com has you covered. We'll be back at the 5th hole.
Wanamaker Weight Challenge. The Wanamaker Trophy weighs 32 pounds. What weighs more? The Wanamaker Trophy, or this is a perfect one for you, an average 2-year-old child.
Yeah, the Wanamaker Trophy is heavier than an average 2-year-old child. It's not heavier than my 2-year-old child, but I would say it's heavier than an average 2-year-old child.
That's a weird one.
The Wanamaker. I held an average 2-year-old. I've never held the Wanamaker, but like, I feel like the Wanamaker looks more difficult to lift.
What weighs more, the Wanamaker Trophy or an empty keg of beer?
I'm going to say an empty keg of beer.
That is incorrect.
That's a trap question.
You're still a good guy, though.
Say Wanamaker.
That is correct.
Felt both those two.
So fitting to end on that with Brooks, isn't it, Steve?
Yeah, he's always got a little edge to his answers.
I love it. All right, this is a look at where we have seen birdies from, indicated by those balls in red, and the splatter of what we have for the platter of tee shots from our group. John Rahm just using all that power. Patrick Cantlay not quite in that bunker, but off in the right rough, and Matt Fitzpatrick with some work to do from the fairway bunker ahead of us here at the 5th.
Yeah, this is service here. They blow the sand off the greens after the previous group. It's kind of nice, isn't it? I'd like that service where I play.
Well, they only have 135 volunteers and staff helping out this week. 45 full-time on Quail, plus they've got 90 volunteers from various clubs around the Carolinas and here in Charlotte. So they should have someone that be a dedicated sand blower. What do you think, Gary?
I like it. So to me, this is a very, very gentle flag indeed, Steve. And a fairly flat part of the green, plenty of green to land it on.
Yep.
This is just one I think you should be able to feast if you're in a decent position off the tee.
We're getting an up-close picture, sorry, Gary, of what Matt Fitzpatrick is doing, crunching those numbers. But recently he talked about all that data, how he had to kind of fine-tune it and really sift through it to make sure that he was actually using it to his advantage instead of just having a bunch of information.
Well, it's been the big thing, isn't it? It's been so fascinating over the years finding out about charts every shot.
Ideally, if it comes down that trunk, see. Yeah. It's a good trunk. That's your line. Okay, got it.
So yes, the data's there. Now disseminate it and use it for good. So 145 for Matt. Good lie. And no lip of any significance close enough to him to make a difference. So good opportunity from here.
It's not all bad from that bunker. Just in the fringe.
How about the lie for Patrick, Gary?
Oh, it's fine. Yeah, it's really not that thick down there. Up and over the corner of this tree. Another one just enough offline, but good distance control.
And after that monster drive, what does he have left?
Just 126 yards, so this will be a very comfortable gap wedge. Got to dial one in eventually where he gets it inside 10 feet. Gets this round going. A little lower trajectory. That's better, much better.
I feel like the heat is turned up now. Certainly the humidity is. Jonathan Vegas maintaining the lead, a flawless back nine so far as he closes out this second round. First ever Venezuelan player to ever have a lead after a round at a major championship after that 64 yesterday. And to follow that up, extremely impressive for a guy unfamiliar in this territory when it comes to majors. Matthew Pavon charging up the leaderboard with the 65 of his own today. Max Homa finding some form again. How about that? Bryson DeChambeau karting a 68. Same for JJ Spawn, Aaron Rye in a share of 11th with Taylor Pendrith, Davis Riley, Nico Echevarria, Steven Yeager just getting things started after a nice solid start on Thursday. Scottie Scheffler just getting things cooking, and guess who he's playing with? Rory McIlroy making a birdie at the second. He is now at the cut line. Believe it or not, the guy who just slam dunked that career Grand Slam a month ago.
Matthew Fitzpatrick and his Ryder Cup captain, Mr. Donald, have something in common. Do you know what it is?
Lay it on us.
They both went to Northwestern.
Okay. Matt Fitzpatrick was there for not even a full year.
A year, yeah. Well, they went there. I mean, let's be
That's fair.
accurate about
but
that.
This is the best part. In his social media bios, he says, former Northwestern student. It's like, okay, a year, technically true, but
he got the former part right.
yes, he is very proud of the brief stint at the program, and it is very well run by that group.
I think he had an itchy competitive nature. He wanted to get out of school, and he turned pro in 2014 after having won the amateur 13 the year before. So he did the right thing.
So this is interesting. We just saw Matt Fitzpatrick do some housekeeping, ripping the microphone right out of the ground. And so we talk so much about how amateurs don't spend enough time assessing the lie and just take out a club that they're comfortable with. Let's analyze what's going on here, Gary.
Well, I think there was only one option, to be honest. This is just all day. The putter was the only choice. It's only about 2 feet off the edge of the green, so slow putt from here uphill into the green. See if we can get it all the way up to the hole. As I said, this is a slow one. Big backswing, good whack. Maybe Craig Perks would have chipped that. That's the only one I would have known.
Patrick Cantlay staring down 27 feet. Any movement here?
Yeah, everything just slopes left to right from the middle of this green back to this hole. Again, just a little bit uphill. And then just as it loses pace, it will break relatively hard. So got to keep that pace up. Easy to lose us a little low and right. Okay, so Cantlay just lagging it up there. So hopefully John Rahm can open his account here. About as simple a putt as you can have.
And this would be his longest putt made so far today at 9 feet.
And John plays so much on passion, doesn't he, Chantel, that you just need something good, a little fist pump, and use the energy of the crowd, of the spectators, and then that usually builds for John. And he's one of those players that can just get on a little run of 2 or 3 holes where things start to change very quickly in the right direction. But it all starts right here. This is a big putt for him early on in the round, just to kind of right the ship and start turning the direction.
For his first birdie of the day.
Each miss, test your patience.
Steve, I've always been fascinated with John and just the rhythm of his putting. It's very laborious, isn't it? Very slow to get to from the time he kind of sets the putter down to the time he actually hits it. That kind of works opposite to his character and his personality and the way he swings. It just seems like there's just a little bit more trying on the greens than that freedom that he has in the swing.
Good point. I like that.
Kind of like Dustin Johnson, quick in every other part of his game. He gets to the greens, he really slows down. Very intentional as Patrick Cantlay cleans up for par and +2. Still the cut line at this point on Friday.
Well, the players are approaching the longest par 3 they will see this week and maybe in many weeks to come. Only playing 252 yards downhill. It is a beast of a par 3. Just figure out some way to put it on the green, some way to walk away with par, and you're very happy.
6th hardest hole today.
But you don't stand on that tee thinking about, can I make birdie here? I'm surprised there are 8 birdies thus far.
Yeah, it's actually moved to the 8th hardest. 3.16 the stroke average in round 2.
Chantel, Johnny Vegas, who came to the last hole 10 under par, made double and never put the ball in a penalty area. So the lead is now 8 under.
Another victim of the Green Mile.
The Green
Matt
Mile
Fitzpatrick.
cost Ludwig the cut. He played the last 3 holes in 5 over in his morning 9. All right, same day rule. Let's go, guys. Oh, there's someone on the green. I apologize.
Thank you.
Steve, I don't want to play behind you ever, just in case you hit into me.
I like to play quickly.
As do I. So
go ahead.
250 all the way back to the flag, downhill 9. You're looking to land this about 235 yards, so the equivalent of about 225. Again, not a breath of wind. And that green just sits right there below you, so it's nice.
Somehow go. Somehow go.
Just down that left edge.
Go, 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 go.
Oh, it's going to be great now.
Go, go, go. How about that? Begging's okay.
Just gotta talk to it. '74 players at +1 or better. John Rahm inside the number for now. But on par 3s yesterday, he was 2 over.
Very close to the left tree line.
Oh,
working it back, but it's not coming back.
Hey, hey. Hey, hey.
That's really good.
This is Patrick Cantlay's 33rd major championship appearance and his 9th PGA Championship.
Good line. Good shot.
Patrick Cantlay needing to make a move fast. Don't want to say we're running out of holes, but the day does seem like it's going to be a long one for him. You're watching the 107th playing of the PGA Championship.
Well, just eyeballing it, but that seems like it'll hold about 17,213 Miller High Lifes.
Very specific. All right, our group looks like this at the 6th hole. Jon Rahm just off the green. Patrick Cantlay inside of 20 feet. And Matt Fitzpatrick with a 27-footer if he wants to tack on another birdie.
Honestly, 3 very good shots at this long par 3. Had the pleasure a number of years ago at the Masters. I'm an honorary invitee, and for the longest time we got to play practice rounds in par 3s. And so I signed up to play the par 3, and who plays with me? This young man in a yellow shirt. And his mom caddied for him. We had the best time. Just delightful.
Well, you can't stop there.
No, well, we had a great time. We won the same amateur tournament, so we talked about that. Talked about his home back in Sheffield, and he's just a delightful person. He's got this very impish smile when he lets his guard down. I think the person who had the biggest time was his mom. Being able to put on the caddy bib, carry 4 or 5 clubs around in a small bag.
Yeah, I think any time you get to step on the grounds at Augusta, that's a pretty big deal for everyone, isn't it?
It sure is.
And again, watching full swing in one of the earlier seasons, yeah, just to get a greater understanding of Matt and his family dynamic and his relationship with his brother. I mean, it was so great to see that up close and see how close they are as a family. So for Matt, up this tiny little ridge here, there's really not that much break to it. Good pace. So Chantel, John was about a foot away from him releasing down into that lower area, which would have taken it another 6 or 7 yards further away from the green. So a very makeable putt here, left to right.
Yeah, and 22 feet. This would be his first birdie of the day.
Wow.
Oh.
A lot of speed.
To me, that screams impatience.
Yep.
.5 feet for Patrick Cantlay. What's this one going to do?
Should just move just a little bit to his left, so everything just slopes back off this back fringe.
Longest putt made today, 3 feet.
Well, let's hope he can quintuple that. I do like the way his arms hang. Everything just forms a triangle, and that triangle maintains its shape the whole time.
Feels like it's going to be one of those days.
He's got a chance in the next 2 holes, 7 and 8. Par 5 reachable at 7, 8. You can drive it pretty close to the green. I think that will determine his interest level as we watch him play the remainder of the day.
Thoughtfully said. Patrick Cantley, we were talking about the fact that he only has 2 top 5 finishes in majors, but listen to this. 42 top 5s in PGA Tour events, boys.
That's pretty good. That's why he's basically a human tote machine. He makes so much money every year being so consistent.
It's odd, isn't it? He hasn't won in 3 years almost now. He's such a great player and puts himself in position so often. Maybe the return isn't maybe what it should be.
Leaving himself 7 feet here. Whew. Yeah, speaking of struggling, this guy, Matt Fitzpatrick, has fallen down to 85th in the world. I had to triple check that number.
That is hard to believe.
Well, if you're just joining us, he did call his game recently, quote, rubbish. Well, let me tell you about something that is, quite frankly, the opposite of that. Jonathan Vegas' game right now is 64 yesterday, and he was just tacking on the birdies today, coming one of them at the par 3 13th. Make it look that simple. The birdies come, and the hole looks a lot bigger. So that got him to 9 under. The next hole, drained a nice one to get to 10 under par. Setting the pace with some wiggle room, but then came the 18th, Steve.
Yeah, he drove it beautifully here in the fairway and just put it in the right-hand bunker, just kind of wiped it, and then he hit it fat out of there, and watch what happens next. From there, he played a very nice pitch shot right behind the hole. You think, all right, he's going to make this for 5.
Oh, it hurts to watch. Man. So now the lead's at 8 under par. Matthew Pavon with a 65 and a share of second with Rio Hitsetsune. Max Homa putting on a display with a statement 64. Where has he been on leaderboards? Well, he is here now. Luke Donald, what's going on with a nice nifty 5 under through 8 holes as it stands in this tournament? And Alex Smalley finding the first page of the leaderboard. Guy in our group, Matt Fitzpatrick plus Michael Thorbjornsen and a host of other players. How about at 7th right now at 4 under par is Ryan Gerard. He had a great showing in the opening round, just getting things cooking this afternoon for round 2. Scottie Scheffler playing with Rory McIlroy and Xander Schauffele 3 under par. Bryson DeChambeau at the 68 today. Davis Riley finding the first page of the leaderboard. Harry Hall at 3 under par. Keegan Bradley, you got Ryder Cup captains showing up. I like it. 2 under par. Plenty of players. See Victor Hovland there. He had a nice chip in at his last, the 9th, to close things out with a birdie for an even round day.
You know, it's great. You got both Ryder Cup captains playing well today and this week. Love to see Keegan play so well that he had to pick himself to go on the team. Luke sending a message to his team that, hey, I can still play too, you youngsters.
Just for some perspective, 14 of the first 22 PGA Tour events were won by international players, and a good chunk of those European players. So Bethpage Black will be an interesting situation. Matt Fitzpatrick trying to get on that team. He's not in a good position now, but Gary, you got some kind of observation about his bag?
Oh yeah, I love nosing through the player's bag before they tee off, and yeah, Matt's got some really good positive vibes. He's got the Country Club Brookline head covers on his 2 fairway woods, and then his beloved Sheffield United is on his driver, and they say it's the biggest money game in sports. They play Sunderland next week, next Saturday, to get into the Premier League, worth about $350 million. So it's, I think we see why Ryan Reynolds and Rob McElhenney bought Wrexham. Maybe get a little bit of that Premier League money.
Very nice. Well done.
Well, what else is in that bag? He had the same irons for a decade, and last year he finally swapped those out, which I have not had the chance to ask him about myself. But for a guy as meticulous and calculated as he is, definitely something of note. But he's been on the struggle bus for the last couple of years, switching irons, switching caddy, and now by default of a health situation, using a different coach in Mark Blackburn, Gary.
Yeah, a lot of adjustments needed to be made. So slightly back into the wind. Good drive here, gives you a really good look at an opportunity for eagle.
That's terrific. Quick tee pickup tells it all.
Ever so slightly over, right?
You know, Gary, the landing area that you mentioned yesterday is really quite wide, but with that water penalty area right, out of bounds right of it, and that big bunker left, you stand on the tee, it doesn't look that wide.
There's 2 trees just right of those bunkers up close to the green. And I think that's the line. It gives you about 20 yards right of that.
Oh my.
Man, that was dead left.
Holy smokes. That is a double cross.
That may be 70 yards left of the fairway there. That was one of those shots, Steve, that looked like the club slipped in his hands, but I don't know if it did. That was a head scratcher.
I've never seen a player of that caliber hit such a wayward shot in a major championship.
Exactly the visual you need before you hit. So see if Cantley can get one down the fairway and chip away. Get a little bit close to this cut line. Rahm already has the provisional in hand. That's left as well.
Different mark on the 0.
I might think twice about taking up a spectator seat left to this landing area here at 7. Playing a provisional, but it looked like they had identified his ball over there. I was watching spectators run to where they think the ball came to rest.
It's actually been about 7 balls past that fairway bunker to the left.
There's no out of bounds there, though his concern was that when he lost the ball, and if he finds it and it's unplayable, you can't play a provisional for an unplayable ball.
Well, we are following Jon Rahm, Patrick Cantlay, and Matt Fitzpatrick. We've got some interesting things happening here at the par 5 7th.
You're kind of putting more loft on the ball, that's all. Which is a good thing, though.
These are the patient warriors who are forced to look at our terrible swings week after week,
Good putt.
year after year, trying hard not to break the course record, which of course they could do every single round, because it might offend some local doctor. Every year, the best 20 club professionals get a chance to play on the biggest of stages.
Oh, one of those 20 club professionals, Tyler Collette, almost had his Michael Block moment. That came out the 13th yesterday. Check this out. So close to an ace. Come on. The golf gods just didn't show up. Well, he actually won the PGA Professional Championship last month by 10 strokes. This guy extremely impressive in his first PGA Championship debut.
Did he get it? Yes, he did. The 2025 PGA Professional Champion.
This means the world. I have one more goal that I've set for myself in the PGA of America, and that's to win Low Club Pro at the PGA. I mean, it lit a fire in me, and honestly, it was one of the reasons why I wanted to win this championship so bad, and it's honestly one of the reasons why I have it now. We're in the service industry, and that's our main focus, but all of us got into this industry because we love to play. It just kind of means we're even more well-rounded than people might think. I think that's a focus we can't lose.
A phenomenal performance. The Walter Hagen Cup is his.
So let's take a look at the Corebridge Financial Team 20 when it comes to what's happening in the second round. It's now Dylan Newman not going to make the cut unless if he makes a lot of birdies today. Only through one hole, so there's plenty of time to do it. And of course, Michael Block, just a couple of years ago at Oak Hill, ridiculous. So we know it's possible. These guys have a ton of game. They are literally living two lives, making sure not just the golf club, but certainly the game of players as their membership are in tip-top shape, getting all of the big and small projects done around the club, and then trying to work on their own game. It's quite impressive. And Gary, I know you were at the PGA of America Professional Championship, and what Tyler Collette did was ridiculous.
Oh, it was amazing. He grabbed it by the scruff of its neck and then just kept going. As you say, the balance that they show to take care of their responsibilities, keep the members happy, and then work on the games is amazing. There really are some talented crop of players, and I think what Michael Block did has given them a belief of what's actually capable.
A little better angle on the left just for the white shot in. So I mean, it's a 150 shot.
Sir, you might come in a little bit more this way. Thank you.
So I'm glad we're going to see patience here, Steve. He could have.
Yeah, does he take on the green, or does he just chip it out safely?
I think he's going to get it up there to a scoring position. He could have tried to play some circus shot, but I think this is the better play.
He could have been a lot worse off. He got a great break. Consider himself lucky.
I think a similar approach here for Patrick. Up and over this tree.
Yeah, we didn't quite get to see the lie. What did it look like, Gary?
It just nestled down enough, but the tree was in the way, which would have meant he'd have had to swing it over the water to get up on the green. So paid the penalty for missing the fairway. Matt Fitzpatrick, on the other hand, will have an iron in for his second shot with a really good opportunity, because this flag tucked on the back from 232. You can pitch this in the middle of the green if you get it releasing, can get it releasing up that slope and have a really good look.
Matt Fitzpatrick almost playing boring golf here.
Boring is good in major championships, Chantel.
You know that to be true.
So nice and quickly to work. About 220 is the pitching spot. This is on a great line, a really good line.
Just off the back, Gary, but it's in great shape.
Well, we will see what lies ahead for Jon Rahm and Patrick Cantlay here at this par 5 7th. We're back with more ESPN Plus. Ooh. Mud balls enter the chat.
It's a little, it's got a hair transplant.
Easiest hole on property. Patrick Cantlay hitting his third, and you just saw the ball land beyond the green.
They nestled down in that second cut.
Mud balls, quite the hot topic this week, Geary. Yesterday, we just did not see any in our afternoon group, and yet there was plenty of commentary about it. What did you make of that?
I thought it was really interesting, wasn't it? Make such a big deal about it without the ability to adjust. It's the same as saying go in the Open Championship and just hit the ball really high. Got to adjust sometimes, maybe try and take it in a little lower.
Gary, I'm with you. I think sadly these players get a little spoiled. You know, it's rub of the green. Everybody plays the conditions. You don't want to go lift clean in place. It doesn't look good in the major. Quite frankly, I don't think you need it here. The fairways are perfect. So you're going to get some mud sometimes.
The ball we just showed was Patrick Cantlay's, and now to Jon Rahm with his third.
Oh, that landing spot is right on the ridge line. A little short, it'll come back down into the bowl. And he got it right on top. Beautifully played from Jon.
A little spark here at the 7th. It was quite interesting, players weighing in from every direction on this topic. Scottie Scheffler was very pointed with his words, where he stood. But Viktor Hovland in the past has made some very critical comments about how he feels like the PGA Tour in general plays lift clean and plays a little too often. Do you subscribe to that, Steve?
I do as well. I think you play the ball as you find it. And I think it sends a great message to all the golfers out there that, look, we already are pretty spoiled out here. Yes, we've earned the right to play out here, but the conditions are perfect. If it's wet, you get some mud, so be it.
Yeah, he was talking about the art of how you have to control your trajectory into greens and off the tee.
Yeah, just flight the ball a little lower. Take the long shot out of play.
I think a lot of it was a coping mechanism, wasn't it, for poor rounds. These players, they don't like admitting weakness, and you know, it's nice
right.
it's nice to find that, you know, that easy excuse of, okay, this is why I played poorly. You know, it's not that there's anything wrong with that. That's that trying to keep that air of invincibility mentally, but still, it's after the fact. If you make a big deal about it, there's really not much you can do about it, is there?
Hey, Gary, I think it sends the wrong message to the golf fans out there. A little adversity is not bad.
Well played there from Cantley. Just got a little sprinkler head issue here for Fitzpatrick's stance.
He can play it where it is if he has a decent lie, or he takes, you know, a relief and a club head. And I wonder why players take forever for a basic drop.
Steve, I think we could remake golf on TV, couldn't we? We could do this. Get us on the Players Advisory Council, and we'll figure this out.
Here we ask a rules official to come over here and help with the most basic drop in golf.
I've heard many players say they would rather just get the confirmation than at all miss something, even as simple as this. I mean, everybody at home knows what to do here.
I think players who go through, say, the Korn Ferry qualification, get to the tour, I think they should have to pass a rules test. And I think periodically players on tour should have to pass a basic rules test.
Yeah, I think that's the point, isn't it? The basic rules, they should be common sense. It should be easy. The other two players should be able to figure this out without bringing in a rules official who may need to drive 5 minutes from another part of the course to do a simple rule. It's the only sport that I know of where you can play on TV and not know the rules.
He's elected to play the ball as he's found he's got a good lie. If he drops it, you know, it could roll into maybe a less good lie. So he's chosen to play it from there.
And Steve, this is a very simple chip as well. This is one that you could very easily chip in. Left it in the absolutely perfect spot. Good lie, pitching on a nice, very slight upslope.
Good call, Gary. Good birdie for Matt.
Pretty sporty. Gary, maybe you can explain to people at home who don't get to watch a ton of golf, but they're like, oh, maybe I should try the left-hand low.
Yeah, I mean, it just quiets the hands down. It forces you to use the body a little bit more. And, you know, most poor chippers are from incredibly active hands. And learning just a semi-decent short game is those low-hanging fruit to get your handicap down quickly. Very hard to transform how you drive the ball, but you can chip and go from poor to above average very, very quickly indeed, just with technique.
Jon Rahm looking at 10 feet here for his first birdie of the day, but we just showed you the putting stats for today. And well, if you've been watching this round since the beginning, you are well aware there's not a lot of magic in this flat stick.
Well, needs this, and with a semi-drivable par 4 coming up, this is this moment that maybe could transform the round.
That's like stealing where he hit his first tee shot.
It's
like
just the scenic route.
He got most fortunate.
Another look at Jon Rahm's 10-foot birdie putt. Well, Steve commented on the 7th and 8th, the place to take advantage, and halfway there. Patrick Cantlay, 3 feet. You got it. Let's check in with PGA professional Joe Halley. He's joining us from Frisco, Texas.
Chantel. Steve, we hear a lot, and I have always admired Jon Rahm's swing, and we kind of look and go, gosh, his swing it's kind of short. You know, the average player out there can start to figure out their own swing. What Jon Rahm did, and quite tongue-in-cheek, was find out, you know, I play better with shorter backswing. And then it turned out with Dave Phillips and TPI, that's where he was the most physically functional. A good test and a great way to set this up for yourself at home is to kind of practice 3 backswings. And since we're in Texas, we're going to talk barbecue. We're going to go ribs and shoulder. So I want you to hit 3 shots. I'm just going to do 2 here. I'm going to go, that's solid. I'll go to ribs. But I'm going to reach a point where those shots aren't as solid anymore. Stick in that area. Little by little, you get a little longer, a little more accurate, and you might just Rahm one of them.
I like the barbecue analogy. Well done.
I knew you would. I knew you would. That was clever.
Well done.
He thinks on the fly, Joe Hallett. There's
Very
no
clever.
flies on him. I don't know if I will get to that driving distance of 319, but ribs got me thinking.
When Davis Love was the Ryder Cup captain, you know, the captains always give their teammates, his teammates rather, a gift. Well, Davis one year gave them personalized barbecue smokers.
I'm sure that was a hit.
Very much a hit.
How's Davis's health these days?
Davis always has some injury. He's come from some surgery. We spent a lot of time comparing notes. He's back playing. I don't know that he'll ever regain that great form he had before, but he's always a credit to the game, and he's out there trying to make a start on the Champions Tour.
He's also hard at work redoing Harbour Town.
Yes, he is. It's quite a feather in his cap, too, Gary.
Yeah, that is. I'm fascinated to see what they're going to do with that, because I was out there a couple of months ago and it was as pristine as I've ever seen it. I can't see how much better they can make it. It was phenomenal.
My understanding is agronomically they have a lot of shade issues, and you know how people that live at a resort place like that, they hate to take out trees, but sometimes you just have to. You either have great shade and you have to deal with basically poor condition turf. So I think that's one of the challenges he has.
Gentlemen, start your chainsaws.
Yes.
Okay, so the group looks like they're waiting on the tee for the group in front to finish. Maybe not to run it on the green, but it can be distracting if you hear a ball land 20 yards from the green as you're putting. So a little bit of courtesy here.
This is the easiest par 4 on the front 9.
It's another thing I was noticing on the range. You know that it's a major when the top tour coaches in the world are still here on a Friday morning. You know, some of it is players just not there, not quite with it. Others, they've made the commitment to their stable of players to be out here all week. You know, to see the likes of Sean Foley and Pete Cowan and Mark Blackburn, Jamie Mulligan's out here with Patrick Cantley. It's that very different feel where the gravity and the importance is magnified this week.
Phil Mickelson at this 8th green, and he more than likely will not be playing Saturday and Sunday. Just as I say that, he sneaks one in, but +2 is still the cut line, and he is well outside of that. Still giving out the thumbs up. You gotta respect it. Just a reminder, you can watch his group and a selection of others. 4 different featured group and holes to watch on ESPN+. Watch your favorite players from tee to green, all 18 holes. And if you are interested in the Rory McIlroy, Scottie Scheffler, and Xander Schauffele pairing, Rory McIlroy right at the cut line. He is at 2 over par, so we will be watching that ever so closely. Show you exactly how this par 4 layout looks.
The 8th hole of the day has been pushed back to 353 yards. I say pushed back because it played around 315 earlier yesterday. Hole location at the top of the green. I don't think any of these players can reach the putting surface, but they can certainly position themselves well just short of the green and leave yourself an easy pitch to the flagstick in the upper right-hand portion.
Now Fitzpatrick ready to go.
Starting down that right side and not coming back. That might be just short of the bunker.
Yes, and in the deep stuff too.
There's a cool thing on the range, Chantel. There's a big screen that has a top trace of numbers. And the longest carry of the day on the range was, of all people, Padraig Harrington, 346 yards. Not bad for a 50-something-year-old.
That is awesome.
And knowing Padraig, he'll remind you of it many times.
He is such a wealth of knowledge as Rahm's tee shot on the way. He's only missed one fairway, and we know which one.
I think so.
Directly on cue. Patrick Cantlay couldn't take advantage of the last hole. It is absolute go time here.
It's just down that left edge of the fairway. That will give a lovely angle to that flag.
I'll say. Great leave.
Well, thanks to Joe Hallett, will you ever see Jon Rahm swing again and not think of some Texas barbecue? There it is.
Absolutely not. Right.
In slow-mo, letting it rip. We're back at the par 4 reef.
I love looking at the numbers. I've said a lot over the years. It's just that, to me, that gives me the answer as to what I need to do to get better.
You used a word in there. You said you love it. It's not like homework to you.
I love it, yeah, absolutely. I find it so interesting, you know, because I could make a change in practice, see down the line what does that do to the data. Does it improve it? Does it make it worse? Do I need to change things again? The one thing that I've sort of learned over the last couple of years is just making sure that there's more context to the data. I think it's easy to sort of categorize certain shots, certain things. the wind was different, the lie was different, the stance was different. You know, the more context you can add, the better feedback you're going to get, then more likely you're going to be able to improve.
Well, that's terrific. If you can interpolate data is the key when you've got as much information as he has, and he's applied it well. All sports today are into data and data analysis. It's amazing, even sports like basketball and baseball. But Matt's the first to take it to the next level here on the tour.
Okay, but unlike Bryson, he doesn't share what he has found in his notes. I want to know what's written in that yardage book.
I think his data complements the way he plays. It's, you know, so different than, say, Bryson that you mentioned. Bryson, he's a little bit of a show-off when it comes to his data, because who can hit it as far as he?
I figured out that peanut butter and strawberry jelly was my best. That was my data analysis.
There you go.
I was wondering where you were going with that.
There you go.
Beautiful.
I played my best with that. Peanut butter and banana did not work.
I like your data.
That's good. Quite perplexing, as we've mentioned more than once before, but Matt's called his game, quote, rubbish. Said that this is the lowest he's ever felt with his game, and the results show. Only two top 25s this season, which is perplexing.
In his stroke gain approach, he's 138th on tour, and his stroke gain putting is 143rd on tour. I can't imagine two worse statistics.
So this minuscule back section, if you can get it up there, you're going to have a really good look at birdie. Can it climb up that hill? Steve, it's like a miniature Pinehurst green. It just falls off on every side. Less than 10 feet either side.
It actually stayed closer than I thought.
So Patrick coming from a really nice angle where you can take out a lot of slope and get a fairly flat landing area. So it should skip and then get up on top.
Well played.
That's only his 4th green today. How's Jon Rahm's lie?
That was the second gear from Jon Rahm off the tee there. Just gave that little extra to get it all the way up in the bunker. Has made this shot far easier. Again, where he wants to pitch it is where that slope is, but because it's firm, he's not worried about it digging straight in and coming back down to him. So really good opportunity to get this up on top with a putt inside 7 or 8 feet.
It's a total first world problem, but given this humidity, just keeping everything dry, huh?
Yes, definitely sweaty pause time. Well, came out heavy. That's poor, very poor for Jon.
Jon Rahm yesterday, 0 for 4 out of the sand.
That is unusual. Because he's got great hands. He's got fast hands. He's typically a great bunker player.
Well, the good news is it's basically a dead straight putt from down there. So everything just falls dead straight back to the front edge. So just disappointed not to get up on top.
Well, all three players in this group, once upon a time, were the #1 ranked amateur in the world. Patrick Cantlay, though, had the most consecutive weeks as the #1 amateur, but the longest tenured was stolen away from him by Jon Rahm.
It's a great pedigree for all three of them, isn't it? And Matt Fitzpatrick to be the first Englishman to win the US Amateur in over 100 years. I think that's an achievement that doesn't get talked about enough.
Harry Hilton back in 1918 or something, I think.
Ah, it takes one to know one, and have that stat in your back pocket, huh, Steve?
I have no life.
So very similar line for John. See what he would learn from Matt. I think Matt had a pretty good line. Just didn't hit it up that hill.
20 feet left here.
You just feel like he's got to just steal something here. He stole one on the last hole. You know, maybe you can run one in after a poor bunker shot. It might completely flip the narrative.
Kind of like that. Wow, on your cue. Back-to-back birdies for Jon Rahm, who needed something to get a little giddy up.
Come on, how about a smile? Just a little one. Come on. Come on. Not going to happen. You turn 6 into 4 on the last hole and make a 20-footer here for birdie. We can't get a smile.
Two under, still 6 back of the lead of Jonathan Vegas, maintaining that 8 under lead.
Finally.
Believe it or not, that is his first birdie, but his longest putt of the day at 4 feet 4 inches. Well, we said yesterday, Steve, outside of 10 feet, he couldn't make anything, but today, even inside of 10 feet, Cantlay making it look more difficult than it needs to, and ouch.
Yikes. I did not see that coming. Well, that's a painful miss.
That one will hurt.
Now he's standing over it. He's thinking, all right, let me just knock this in, go to 9. But first things first, I've just pulled it. Unkind lip. Walk away with 5.
The 9th hole, where we've seen only 2 birdies in this second round, Steve.
Well, no wonder. It's 520 yards, slightly uphill. You've got to hit a great tee shot to fit it between the right-hand bunker and those trees on the left. And then you've got a long iron, maybe a hybrid, into the screen. Flagstick's left center, but it's tucked right up against the little hill. So it's if you go long with your second, you've got a tough 2-putt.
So that bunker certainly is in play for John. So he's going to have to start this down that left side and work that regular cut. Although he did play a draw down an earlier hole. It's right down that left edge. Needs a bounce right.
Didn't quite get it.
I guess the good news is there, though, Steve, taking on that dog leg, you certainly shorten the hole. So even though you're not in the fairway, you're probably 20 yards closer than if you'd hit a cut there.
Yeah, no question.
I don't think there's anyone that has more room at address, does there, than Patrick Cantlay. Between his hands and his thighs, so much space. Beautiful swing there.
Hit the fairway, but well back.
Chantel, you were talking about the comments that Matt made about playing rubbish, and that is the hard thing, isn't it, for players to sort of balance honesty with kind of reminding themselves of where they are. Tiger was always the opposite, wasn't he? He would always almost fake it until he made it, never admitted weakness.
Well, Phil has always figured out something with the driver, hasn't he?
Yeah. That's got to sit just a little bit.
He hit it so poorly, he's okay.
Quite a lengthy par 4 we find ourselves on now in today's live odds, brought to you by ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Jon Rahm has the 6th shortest odds, 18-1. There's a look at Patrick Cantlay. Apparently nobody had hope even after a good finish at the Truist last week. And Matt Fitzpatrick, well, a major champion, getting some respect, 28-1 rather. And so Jon Rahm finding a couple birdies out there, keeping that hope alive, but still a long way from the top of the leaderboard. You can lock in your PGA Championship winner at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app, sign up with promo code BIRDIE to get started today. PGA of America and our more than 30,000 PGA of America golf professionals, we love this game. Second round coverage well underway here as we're carefully watching the cut line at the 107th PGA Championship, Quail Hollow Club. Once again, the great host here in Charlotte, North Carolina. We're tracking the action. Jon Rahm, Patrick Cantlay, and Matt Fitzpatrick. I'm Chantel McCabe alongside a decorated amateur in Steve Melnick and a PGA of America professional in Gary Christian on the ground. Yesterday, 20,000 steps, and Probably about the same today, but the humidity will certainly make it feel like a few more out there, huh, Gary?
Certainly will. There's actually just a little bit of breeze right now that has actually made it fairly pleasant. Long may that continue.
Jonathan Vegas, the leader at 8 under par, and it was 10 under until a double at the 18th, a victim of the Green Mile. Matt Fitzpatrick in our group in a share of 7th. Nico Echevarria trying to climb the leaderboard from his position. Scottie Scheffler playing the 8th right behind us, and he's in the mix once again.
He's always in the mix, Joe. It's amazing. I really tip my hat to Scottie. You know, even the best have off weeks. I don't think Scottie has an off week.
There's been some Tiger comparisons. Do you think it's a little overzealous at this point when you're comparing Scottie Scheffler?
Repeat that.
With Tiger Woods and what he did with his B or C game.
Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah, there are a few players that can win regular tour events without their best game, and then there's some who can win majors without their best game. Tiger was one of those. Jack was one. Scottie's becoming one.
We just showed you the ball plots of where the birdies have come from, very few at this hole, and where our group stands in terms of how they're playing their seconds.
Just over 230. This might be the best swing of the day for Fitzpatrick. Oh, what a shot.
Oh, if he just got a good bounce forward, that would have been so good. Stay, ball. Okay. I don't think he's displeased, though, Gary.
No, that was a really solid shot. And that's the difference between flaring one out right here and taking it down the corner. John Rahm a good 50 yards in front of him. Patrick Cantley well over 200 himself. Good news is if you miss it, you can get it up and down from basically anywhere apart from long left. So birdie on the previous hole. That's the conservative play to the middle of the green.
And now Rahm's set to go.
Yeah, once again, the lie really isn't too bad. So just off the edge of the fairway, up and over this tree in front of him. It's a big 9-iron, just around 180. Gave that the full treatment there, Steve.
So did our cameraman.
180, 9-iron. That's too much club. Got your work cut out here at 9. You make par. You're very happy.
Yeah, to say the least. Yesterday, scoring average 72.8. Now remember, this is a par 71. Today, playing a 72.4. Surprised by that, Steve, or about what you expected?
About what I expected. We haven't had any wind, so that hasn't been an issue. Just the moisture, the fact you don't get any roll in the fairways has made the 76-26 yard golf course play even longer. I'm surprised, honestly, that the longest hitters haven't taken advantage of it. And you look at the leaderboard, there's not a really long hitter among them.
And I know you are surprised by the fact that we've had a 64 in round 1 and a 64 in round 2. Where do those come from?
I don't know, but I tip my hat to Homa, and before that, Johnny Vegas. I mean, that's pretty good.
I know you know this property very well, Steve. Time after time, players compliment it. Why?
Well, it's a great piece of property, but the history here is wonderful. This was the old Cameron Morrison estate, and that was Johnny Harris's grandfather here. He was the largest dairy farmer in North Carolina, and he came out here, and they very intently and gracefully developed this property. It was Arnold Palmer who got together with a bunch of Johnny's friends, and they talked about could they build a great golf course here, and the answer, of course, was yes. Quail started out with George Cobb as the architect back in '61, but Fazio really made a huge difference. The first and second holes changed dramatically. What we know is the green mile today has changed dramatically, and it's an absolute stunning test of golf. It's in great condition. Keith Wood, the golf course superintendent, has done a fabulous job. The only complaints you'll get, as they talked about, with a little bit of mud on the ball, but if that's all you got to complain about, maybe I'd keep my mouth shut.
Fitzpatrick on the way.
After the missed putt on the last hole, the last thing you wanted, another one of those little ones.
And to follow up on that, if you've been to Charlotte, been to the South Park area, that was all part of the Morrison land. And grandfather Morrison lived on the Moorcroft estate, which is still in existence today. But it's just a gorgeous area, and I think the city is well named, the Queen City.
Fairly
Ron set to play.
Yeah, nice basic chip here, Steve. Everything feeds down to the left.
There's a lot of braking. He's aiming it way out to the right.
Yeah, he'll catch it slow right about there and sling it left.
Well, that's good play. That's a really good play.
Players tend to see curves, don't they, Steve? So you see a shot like that, it just sort of it engages the senses.
You know, I've said about lag putting and also about that chip. It's an art. I don't know that you can teach feel. I think some players never have it. Some players have an abundance of it. But it's a lost art to be able to see the break and then factor into it also the length of the shot.
Patrick's turn.
So basically uphill all the way here. Good rhythm on that stroke there. And well done.
Based on what you see out there, Gary, you feel like 2 over is where the cut line will remain?
Yeah, it feels like it's around there. So, you know, the players before they tee off will know instinctively where the cut's going to fall, and they're usually bang on. Sometimes something freaky happens with, you know, some sort of weather change, but they'll know instinctively, and, you know, they'll hope to, you know, get off to a good start where they don't have to worry about it. But obviously, as the pressure increases, especially if you're finishing on 18, now all of a sudden, you know, you need as much wiggle room as possible playing the green mile. So it becomes a little bit fraught. Now this one, for just over 7 feet for Matt, needs to make this after the previous hole. Well done. I think all in all, John will be pretty pleased with the front 9. because he's hit some poor shots and kind of got away with it and not taking advantage of wedges, and yet still is under par for the 9 and potentially could build on that.
Yeah, and in just the last 3 holes, he took his putting in a completely different direction. He was losing a stroke to the field in that regard, and now he's gaining a half a stroke so far in this round with the flat stick.
And with a par 5 coming up on the next hole.
Two birdies and a bogey in the opening 9.
The birdie at 7 was one that turned his round around, giving how poor he hit his tee shot.
Yeah, it was an unexpected one.
It was a gift.
Certainly in for par. Unfortunately, his putting has been a bugaboo today. Outside of the cut line, +2 is where it sits now. Friday at the 107th PGA Championship as our group makes the turn. PGA Championship here at Quail Hollow Club. Jon Rahm, Patrick Cantlay, and Matt Fitzpatrick are tracking the action from start to finish. And Matt Fitzpatrick having a nice round. Jon Rahm getting some momentum, but Patrick Cantlay outside of the cut line. And these last 9 holes will be really important for him to keep his streak alive. Made cuts at majors, Steve.
Yeah, here at the 10th hole, we got a chance to make birdie. If you drive it in the fairway, you get 2 par 5s on this incoming 9, 10, and 15. But then you got to deal with the last 3.
Same drive as the last par 5.
Well, that is left of left. It runs down that hill. Okay, they've spotted it.
Remember what we talked about yesterday, Steve, on these par 5s. You know, there's that tendency to just, there's not many birdie opportunities to try and hit it too hard, to try and go after it too much. That looked like the same swing as the one on 7, where I think subconsciously just trying to get it down there too far. There was no need for that. It could reach comfortably with just a normal drive.
Could not agree more.
And that one's the other way. Got right underneath that.
Now that is further right, almost down there. That cart path. Ooh, well, that's going to be tough just to get back to the fairway. All right, Matt, can you Put it between those two.
There's about 90 yards of difference between those two drives right there. It's incredible. Okay.
Matt has found 4 fairways so far today.
And this is another missed fairway. And I think it just missed the bunker, just left of the bunker.
Oh, we got trouble right here in Queen City. For any of you music majors out there, 8 under par. Jonathan Vegas setting the tone here at the PGA Championship. They're chasing. Fitzpatrick certainly has been fun to follow today for the second round, kicking it off with a birdie at the first, Steve.
Yeah, got his man off to a great start and then followed up here the third. Birdied 1, bogeyed 2, birdied 3.
At the 7th, taking advantage of a hole you have to, the par 5.
Beautiful little pitch. That set up another birdie. But here at the 8th, this was, he just fell asleep. Just fell asleep.
Tisk, tisk. Seemingly simple round until that just halted the brakes. And the tee shots here at the 10th with our group, and nobody finding the short stuff.
But Fitzpatrick did miss the bunker left. He's got the best shot, maybe the only shot at getting it near this par 5 and 2. Cantliff's just got to figure out a way to get it back in play.
Yeah, seriously. Today at the 10th, 3 eagles, 41 birdies. So you hate to see the spot of bother for Patrick, and John Rahm with work ahead.
And Chantel, but Patrick does have an avenue to get it down there, and actually if you can cut it, you can actually get it down there a fair distance as well. Just high is out of the question, so it is punch it down there.
Oh yeah, we're watching from behind now.
It's punch it down there 150 yards, or try and go a bit more aggressive and punch cut one.
The key is the clean hit in the loose pine straw.
There you go. So back in position.
And Fitzpatrick going next. He's got a great lie here.
It's a great lie and suits his natural shape. Taking it down that left side, it just pulled it just a little bit, but that should be in pretty decent shape.
And now Rahm.
Now John potentially has, the good news is, number one, he's got a good lie, so he has the ability to control the ball. He could hit a big slinging hook down here. Try and right somewhere close to the green. We went under that. That was impressive. That was less than 10 feet in the air. So now he's in a great position.
It was hard to tell the obstacles from our camera angle, but I'll take your word for it, Gary.
That went about 8 feet in the air for about 130 yards before it hit the ground. It was great.
And one more look.
Takes a little bit of talent to play that shot.
You got that in the bag, Steve?
I don't know.
Gary, play anything like that on Wednesday?
Oh, yeah. Well, you're in the trees occasionally. You have to find some way to get out of them, so not a problem. I'm not a high ball hitter.
At the beginning of the week, it was McIlroy. He goes out and shoots 74 yesterday. I'm here to report that he is now 3 under on his round today and back to even par for the championship.
Son of a gun.
3 birdies, no bogeys, clean card.
Yeah, Steve, it's the hallmark of the great players, isn't it? When they have to put a round together, they put it together. And you get a sense that Jon Rahm will probably do something similar today, of maybe not have his best game going, but he will find a way to get it 2, 3, 4 under par and put himself back in contention.
Here's Patrick Cantlay with his third from 156, Gary.
Let's see if we can dial something in here. That is pulled. Another poor short iron shot from Patrick.
Well, another scenic view at a par 5 for Jon Rahm, we'll call it. Way off on that left-hand side and somehow hitting it low to this position.
It's so rare to see Rahm double cross his tee shots like he has here and back at 7. Got off to a great start driving the ball and then a little loose.
Well, 11-time PGA Tour winner, 2-time major champion, and not an individual live win.
But the most success he's had today is when he's not taken the trajectory down a little bit on these wedges, and this flag suits that kind of shape. So 110. Just pitch this a little short, skip it, and then spin. There's that lower flight again. That should skip forward and now spin.
You called it.
Well, Jon Rahm announced that he was going to join LIV December 7th, 2023. So now he's had A year and a quarter under his belt on LIV, and a lot of people will be critical of his resume since then. Scoring average in majors 70.3. That's now almost a stroke and 3/7 at this point. And then that only missed cut in a major came at this major championship last year. So the results are not there for Jon Rahm, who of course is a US Open champion and a Masters champion.
There are a lot of comments that can be made after that statistic, but I'll refrain.
Oh, we got 18 holes. Well, 9 left now to do it, so don't hold back.
I wish he played on this tour.
Oh, that's really well managed there from Fitzpatrick.
He's got
Another
a
look.
lot of game. He's got a great short game. Plays this beautifully. This would move him to 5 under, I believe.
That it would.
3 out of the lead.
He was 5 for 6 scrambling yesterday, Steve.
He's always had a pretty tidy short game. The stats don't seem to reflect it, but part of that note-taking, that copious note-taking, has served the short game well.
Just, we were talking about the cut on the previous hole. Joe LaCava has been staring intently at the leaderboard. Patrick Cantlay's caddy. So, you know, now's that time you start to take a little look and see how it's looking. Unfortunately, there's no stat to show what the cut is.
And we can report that it still is locked at 2 over par.
And when you're on the wrong side of the cut and you've got a scoreable par 5 and you've got 40 or 50 feet left, that is not a recipe for success.
40 feet, this would be a miracle. Jon Rahm with less than 6 feet for a birdie. He's played the par 5 so far this tournament, 2 under par.
And everything comes off this bunker right at the green, so this will move just a little bit left or right. Not outside the hole, though.
That's disappointing. Another
We got
look.
a couple inches out on the left as opposed to the top edge.
Tap in for par for Rahm. Last chance at a birdie here, coming from the putter of Matt.
So just a little bit of clean-up work for Patrick.
Whew. We're officially running out of holes for Patrick.
Yeah, I think in the back of his mind he's making flight plans.
Back to 5 over. Just joining us, that's Dan Perrott on the bag for Matt Fitzpatrick, separated with his longtime bagman Billy Foster earlier this season. 5 under par. That's good for a share of 4th. Matt Fitzpatrick. Now just 3 back from the leader, Jonathan Vegas.
Well, the 11th hole at 464-yard dogleg left, par 4. If you miss those fairway bunkers on the left, put it up on that slope there. You've got a second shot into the screen to a fairly accessible hole location back right. The key's putting it in the fairway as it is on so many holes here at Quail. It is a hole that fits the land. In other words, a lot of dirt didn't have to be moved to create this hole. Mother Nature created it.
We're just playing a tick over par. So birdies have been found here today, 22 of them. And that's more than yesterday when it was playing more difficult.
So certainly a shape of hole that suits Matt's eye a little bit better than maybe the other two. Play this just right at that bunker and then just use the natural shape to take it up there. You can get it well down there today. Not a breath of wind. It's perfect there.
He teed it up against the right tee marker and hit a fade.
Wow.
Yeah.
That is correct. Yep.
So Rahm will need to take this over part of that bunker. Maybe the right third.
He's gone with a 3-wood.
Oh.
Yeah.
Draw. Get lucky. Hit the truck and get out.
We lost it. Did you see it, Gary?
It's the fairway right.
And we couldn't quite tell where it sat. That's similar to where he was yesterday, and he made birdie at this hole. Now Cantley.
Well, Patrick's got to make some birdies quickly, just to, as Steve said, regain the interest.
Gary, I know who's not having any fun. That's Joe LaCava.
The one thing I noticed when Patrick was down in the trees, I knew Joe was old school enough. He wasn't going to pull out the laser to get that number.
That's good.
I like that.
Oh, don't make it any worse than it has to be. It has been a long day for Patrick Cantley. 5 over par with a +2 cut line right now.
We'd like to recognize our champion.
It is my honor to present to you
the player who beat the strongest field in golf,
the coveted PGA Championship.
It's my great pleasure to present to you
the Wanamaker Trophy as the PGA champion.
Golf, it turns out, is really about math. You hear that, kids? Pay attention in class. Who knows?
Jon Rahm. We're wondering what we would get out of him today at the par 5 7th. What a tee shot, but the recovery, Steve.
Yeah, he had a wayward shot, way left, pitched it out. Beautiful pitch to get to there, and then his 9-footer for birdie and turned 6 into 4.
Well, you said 7 and 8. You got to make a move there.
Yeah, he made a beautiful putt here at 8 up the hill for birdie. So birdie 7 and 8.
Another par 5, the 10th.
Looking like 3 of the last 4 holes. He's going to make birdie par the difficult 9th. This was right in his wheelhouse, just left to righter, and just got it too wide at the outset.
At the 11th, this is where the birdies have come from, indicated by red, and Jon Rahm over now on the right-hand side, looking to get out of dodge. You're shaking your head, Steve.
I'm shaking my head. I've never seen Rahm drive the ball this inconsistently, and he got off to such a great start on the first 3 holes today. Now he can't find the short stuff.
I mean, I told you just to make me start in next to my tree. Okay. All right, bud. It mainly goes from the wind. So there's no wind.
I would just say, just feel like, if anything, overcut it, right? Yeah.
That's certainly known as one of the great drivers in the game. These big misses are highly unusual. So 198 off the pine straw. Got to hit about a 15-20 yard cut. Good news, it's a straight face club, so it's easier to do, but it's a little harder to compress the ball, get that side spin. He's trying everything he can, and he's done it, but it's going to come up short.
He was fortunate to have a shot from there.
Now Patrick Cantlay.
Just a little overhanging branch, just over 170 for Patrick. Just got to work it under. It all opens up short of this green, so you can run it on. See if you can run it up that big slope short of the green. managed it well if it stays there. Okay.
I like it. Yes, if I feel it, okay with it. Yeah. All right. I'm here on the edge of the town. Perfect.
So 161 for Fitzpatrick. It's another one of those greens. Front half slopes to the front edge, back half slopes to the back edge. Flags right on the crest of that dividing ridge. It's a really good looking line here, Steve. Oh!
Stay.
Well, he's only missed 3 greens today, and the score would indicate such. 5 under par for the tournament, only 3 back from the lead.
I know, he's played a tidy round. Hasn't really made anything of great length. He did birdie the first and the third, but relatively short putts. So it's been a good playing round.
Boring golf.
Boring golf is really good in majors.
Matthew Pavon in the mix. Alex Smalley on the course now. Ryan Gerard, North Carolina ties I'm seeing. Ryo Hitsatsune getting to 5 under. Scottie Scheffler in a share of 8th with Michael Thorbjornsen, Christian Bezuidenhout, Alex Noren on the course, Ben Griffin. Boy, these North Carolina boys trying to make some noise, huh, Steve?
It's kind of nice to see. Yeah, I'm sure they've got a great following here, Charlotte area. You get adopted by all North Carolinians if you live in the state.
John Rahm in a share of 22nd with Keegan Bradley, Adam Scott. Adam Scott playing his 95th major, I think I saw.
That's amazing. He never ages, and his swing only gets better.
It's not fair to the rest of us.
Tell me about it. And a nice guy to boot.
What he's done with the international team and the passion that he has, what he's done, my goodness, with negotiations, no matter where you stand with LIV and the PGA Tour. I mean, his mind is something to marvel, along with the game. I mean, quit hogging everything, dude.
You know, it all starts, I think, Chantel, with his respect for the game. And that's shaped his value system in a good way.
All right, Gary, what are we looking at here with John?
Yeah, nice simple chip here. It's in that step cut, so the ball sits up beautifully, landing on a slight upslope, so very basic pitch here. Oh, and he undercut it and put spin on it. That was highly unusual. I didn't see any reason to undercut that. Did you, Steve? Why would you put
I thought
spin?
he hit low skipper up there.
Yeah.
Could have caught it high on the club face. That also accounts for something like that.
Now Patrick.
Pretty slow putt for Cantlay. Uphill all the way. That's got to go. That was a miss hit.
You know, a lot of talk, Steve, about what John Rahm has or hasn't done in the last couple of years, but this guy has not won at all since 2022.
Again, I think that speaks to the competition against whom he is playing.
Patrick Cantlay hasn't won since 2022.
Now that surprises me far more.
Jordan Spieth. Up until a couple weeks ago, Justin Thomas hadn't won since 2022. The ebbs and flows of the top players in the game, and I know you can put Jon Rahm in a separate category when it comes to the extra gear.
Sometimes it takes just being a shade off, and then there's a confidence into what's going on that there's always that seed of doubt, I call it. You don't have your best stuff.
Still 16 feet to the hole here, Gary.
Up the hill. Gotta keep that speed up. Looked like a good roll. What a roll. And there's that fist pump. There's that harness and a little bit of the energy of the crowd there. That's what he needed desperately.
Okay. No smile yet, but a fist pump for a little emotional kick here. What a save.
And trouble off the tee on 10 and trouble off the tee on 11. Doesn't hurt him.
He just wanted to get Gary's step count up today.
I've got little legs as well, so 20,000. It's probably only 15,000 for normal humans.
Oh my goodness. Back to back for Matt.
Yeah, Fitzy could pull to within 2 of the lead here and go into a tie for second.
As you said, just walking up the fairway, he's done nothing outstanding, has he? He's just done what you need to do. Take care of the par fives, minimize your mistakes. And he's just put himself where he needs to be. And when you've had a poor year, sometimes world-class players such as Matt, their focus narrows when they finally get in contention, which is where they expect to be. And all of a sudden, you kind of throw out the record books from earlier on this season. Great opportunity here.
Yeah, and speaking of, oh, too bad.
Missed opportunity there.
Speaking of recent form, really good to see encouraging signs from Matt, because he only has one top 10 finish in 10 major starts since winning the U.S. Open outside of Boston.
I guarantee you that might be in his notes.
Well played.
What's interesting, about 50 yards short of the green, all 3 of the players' coaches are huddled together.
Oh, really?
Be fascinating to overhear that conversation.
Yes. You got extra mics out there. Whew. We'll keep saying it until we're done. But the cut here, still at 2 over par. 2017, it was 5 over par. That's when Justin Thomas was victorious.
This went by a little longer than we thought here. He's got some work.
Those consecutive cuts made in majors. Hideki Matsuyama takes the cake, 19 in a row. That is a strong showing, thinking about where, the weather, all kinds of styles of golf, different grass. Xander Schauffele, cut streak alive for him. 12 in a row in terms of majors, and no surprise, Scottie on this list, but Patrick Cantlay in uh-oh territory, and seems quite impossible at this point, Steve. Show us how it's done at the 12th.
I've always felt the 12th hole is one of the most difficult fairways to hit because it doesn't sit to your eye very well. The fairway goes left to right. You got those two trees that guard the landing area. And you've got to be very, very careful here at 12. Do not come up short. It'll roll back some 20 yards. There's room behind the flagstick, sort of like a little backstop. So you put it in play, you got a chance to make birdie from the fairway.
This was the hardest fairway to hit in 2017. Last time the PGA Championship was hosted here. And one of the reasons, Steve, that landing area is the narrowest by far on the golf course. It's only about 25 yards wide.
Boy, he has just smashed this one. That's only perfect.
And Matt Fitzpatrick, the shortest of this group, 305 on average his drives today. John Rahm next, Gary.
He's got the two-way miss going right now, hasn't he? So needs to get that straightened out. And that's left.
Oh, come on.
This guy is an escape artist today. And sometimes you just need luck. Living dangerously, this guy, at 2 under par.
Chalk that down for another fairway hit. Driving distance may suffer a little.
Patrick's found only 4 fairways in this round.
That's edging down the left side.
Oh, this is the mood. Patrick Cantlay not finding anything, and that made cut streak at majors looks like it's coming to an end. 5 over par.
When you hit the fairway, I feel like you should always be rewarded, not be penalized with mud balls. And I understand it's golf, but you almost feel like you have to get lucky all the time to be able to hit good shots.
It's a lot of luck involved, and it's kind of sad when you have such an amazing golf course and you know, these mud balls are playing a big part.
You can kind of guess if there's mud on the right side of the ball, it usually goes left. If there's mud on the left side of the ball, it usually goes right. Sometimes it's a bad break, everyone gets them.
it's quite hard to get used to the greens being firm and the fairways being so soft with how much rain we've had. That really shocked me.
I think it was the right decision to play the ball down. It's part of the game, it's part of what we have to deal with as golfers, and you know, it's the luck of the draw.
It's going to get worse. The mud balls are going to get worse, so just have to find a way to start accepting it before it's too late.
Why are we playing that? Well, right here at the 12, this is a look live at Matt Fitzpatrick's tee shot.
Well, two things. One, I think it's rub of the green. Two, here at 12, it's the lowest part of the golf course, so it's naturally going to be damp. It doesn't get a lot of morning sun with a shade to the right of the fairway, so it's just, it is what it is. It's like driving in a divot out there. We don't get relief from a divot. Why should we get any relief from mud on a ball?
What about those who lobby for relief from a divot and live clean in place?
Then they need to take their clubs and go home. I'm sorry.
Steve is not opinionated whatsoever.
The guys have it so good out here. If they just keep their mouths shut, I mean, goodness gracious. You don't think those Korn Ferry Tour players or Latin American Tour players wouldn't give, you know what, to come out here and have a chance to have a mud ball?
Gary, you want to weigh in?
It is rub of the green, and it's all about the mental strength, isn't it? Of just standing over there and number one, accepting it. Number two, just not letting it distract from what you're trying to do. Now, Patrick's got a little bit of mud on his ball, but not enough to make it really curve. And there you go. Right attitude, great shot.
Exactly. Thank you.
And so the difference.
Well, this is the look that Matt had in terms of contrasting attitudes as Matt saw what he was facing ahead.
The best players embrace adversity.
Okay, so 125 for Matt. Can use that backstop. So there you go. It didn't curve. It's perfect.
Yeah, I'd complain too if I had it 8 feet from there.
But Steve, what I've noticed is there's mud that gets on the ball, but it's a smear. It's not a big lump, so it barely makes a difference.
Couldn't agree more. Well said.
Check out this close-up view. Now you see it, now you don't.
Make him play another one.
Well, John Brown will be the away man from 36 feet, and his putting has taken a big turnaround from the first 5 or so holes where he was losing strokes to the field, now gaining a half a stroke. Yesterday, he made 114 feet worth of putts.
Well, Chantel, John was absolutely flummoxed there. He hit what he thought was a perfect wedge shot. He went with actually one less club and absolutely ripped it, expecting it to hit into the backstop and roll back, and he flew the backstop.
A little perspective here at this 12th green for our group. John, of course, Arizona State University product. We even heard a little Sun Devil shout out earlier. Aw, who doesn't love the little ones? What a trooper out in this humidity. wonder who they're following.
Well, Steve, this will be one of the quickest break-in putts he'll play all day. Look at this. He's going to hit it out to the right fringe. Just get it, tiptoe it along the top of this terrace, and then it will come straight down to the left. So it's basically a 45-degree angle.
I watched Terrell Hatton this morning with much the same putt. He turns his back completely to the flagstick, and he'll putt up toward the fringe there. But gravity is such that you can't possibly stop it short of the hole.
So to hit this about 40 feet, he's going to move it about 6 feet.
This is fun.
Well, get behind it and watch it go by. I think you had to play that into the fringe, didn't you?
Yeah.
It's been a little bit of feast or famine for Rahm and the wedges. Here's some phenomenal wedges and just some really poor wedges to miss his spots by a good 10 yards.
16 feet for Patrick Cantlay.
Swings right to left the whole way.
What's all that commotion out there, Gary?
I was wondering much the same. There's a lot of banging going on, isn't there? It's not me.
Are you building your new chateau?
Might be Steve's weekend place. Who knows? So a similar putt here for Matt.
I remember he made a 20-footer at the first. This would be his next best. Should he make it?
To make this putt, it's got to go in at 3 o'clock on the dial.
I would agree.
12.5 feet. Did he get it to 3?
He did.
Oh, 6
Beautiful.
under par?
Tie for second.
Jonathan Vegas, watch out. Matthew Pavone, Alex Smalley, Ryan Gerard, and now Matt Fitzpatrick climbing to 6 under.
Miss an easy one, make a hard one.
Seven and a half feet for par for Rahm.
Pretty straight from here.
Gary, what's the most clever thing you've ever heard from the gallery?
I've got a great one. So we're all very sick and tired of mashed potatoes and stuff like that.
Yes.
There was a young lady in Canada. Now, Canadians have a lovely sense of humor and knew I was English. I got steak and kidney pie as I hit it. It was a good one. Loved that. I'm all about clever.
That is well done.
Our humor is performed with a scalpel, not a sledgehammer.
Yes, clever.
Well, thank goodness we've got Matt Fitzpatrick giving us some juice, because we were a little worried what might happen. Patrick Cantlay certainly not feeling like he's making the weekend, but climbing to a share with a second and only 2 back from that leader, Jonathan Vegas. We'll see if anyone can sniff even 7 or get to 8 under par. Max Homa with that 64 puts him in solo 6. Scottie Scheffler, first page of the leaderboard, Steve.
Yeah, the early players seem to have the advantage. The low scores thus far were early. Conditions don't seem dramatically different, though, from this morning to now, but scores don't reflect that. Here at the 13th, a par 3 today, measuring 214 yards. This is a very difficult hole location to access at the top right part of the screen.
Well, the good news, Steve, is it's around the hole. Unless you go long, you can get it up and down. So if the club suits you and the flag suits your eye, I think maybe, you know, talking predominantly about Rahm, I think you can take it on. That bunker's not terrible. Short-sided right is not terrible. It's just long is the place you cannot miss it.
Ten birdies here today, and the longest of those came from 41 feet, that by Eric Van Rooyen. He's on the left side of the green.
We've seen a lot of long putts made thus far here at Quail. Greens are absolutely perfect, though. Again, Keith Wood and his staff done a fabulous job. They double cut the greens in the morning and then roll them. And in the evening, they single cut the greens and roll them.
Yes.
So what little breeze there is downwind. 214 today. Just waiting to see if I can get that number thrown over there. Looks like a 6-iron. That's the sign I've been getting. Good looking shot just left of the flag.
He's starting to play some golf shots, Gary, not just hit shots, but play shots here.
He is. That was a lower trajectory. Yeah, I mean, he had 2 clubs, so he figured out that, you know, the in-between shot, this is the club, and I'll have to hit this type of shot to make it work.
He didn't hit it out full. He just kind of he shaped his shot in. I really am impressed with what he's doing right now.
This is a 7-iron for Rahm. I think this is one where I think he might go at this. With less club, he's going to swing at it a little bit harder, bring in a lot higher than Fitzpatrick. Trying to work it back to the right. It's a good looking shot. Excellent. The decision to be aggressive on a shot is always predicated by what happens if I miss hit it a little bit, and the penalty for a short side isn't terrible. So
good point.
I would imagine, you know, Cantlay has to start making birdies. I think this will probably be a little bit more aggressive than he normally would be. He's just got to. He's got to hang in there. He's got to hang in there, doesn't he? Because you've got a drivable par 4, you've got a reachable par 5 coming up. If you can somehow steal one right here, all of a sudden you've got a chance to make this cut. And that's very aggressive, but I don't know if he's got it all.
of tee shot swings that paint the picture of this championship for Patrick Cantlay. On the outside looking in, you are watching second round coverage here at Quail Hollow.
Good Lord, the Wanamaker Trophy is huge. The winner's wife is going to kill him when he brings this thing home.
You just love that man, Steve.
I do. I love his voice. I want that gravelly voice.
Oh, having some fun here in the second round. We're at the 13th hole to par 3. Patrick Cantlay running out of some holes and once again not finding a green. But Matt Fitzpatrick, it has been fun to have a front row seat to this one.
Now, Patrick, I always think, has this wonderful ability to add loft as he takes it back, slide it under there. Yeah, he does a great job from short-sided bunkers. Great shot there from Cantlay.
Yesterday he was 1 for 4 with sand saves. Today 2 for 3. Miscut at majors, so third lowest for players with 20 major starts over the last 40 years. And even though he hasn't been in contention for some head-scratching reason, at least he's consistently played 4 rounds.
Yeah, you look at his record and you look at how well he's consistently played, and then you say, why not in majors? And who knows?
Jon Rahm's only missed cut at a major in his last 20 starts was at this PGA Championship last year.
So it just takes this little soft hump in the middle of the green, moves it right all the way.
Gary, what I'm impressed with is he hasn't had his best stuff today, but he's hung in there and he's 1 under on his round.
You figure that, you know, the weekend everything will tighten up, and you know he's 168 away from throwing himself right back into the mix, isn't he? So it's important these next 5 holes, finish strong, get under par, 1, maybe 2 under par from here. And now all of a sudden you're going to be in a great shape come the weekend because you are going to be one of the blockbuster names on the leaderboard, and people will see that name and they will pay attention.
Well, this is 30 feet for Matt, a similar spot from where the longest putt came from for birdie. And so far through 12 holes, he's made 70 feet worth of putts for perspective.
It was a quick one, so he had to be defensive there. It's a good putt.
Kind of a cool story. Joe LaCava, obviously his bag man, who famously caddied for, of course, Tiger Woods as well. But Joe LaCava Jr., his son, on the bag for Joe Highsmith in this field as well. So Joe squared. Part of the PGA Championship this year. Of fun talk about the 14th hole. Everybody's got something to say about this drivable par 4.
Feels like 14 through 18 is the best stretch on this golf course. So, and it starts with a cool par 4.
If the wind's sort of pumping into left to right with that water over there on the left, it gets a little intimidating.
I start with the pin position, and then I kind of base my strategy off that. It really is just position and getting it in the right spot.
The analytics would say that you would go for the green on 14 pretty much every time. I still think it's the right play, and I feel like I've played the 14th hole pretty well over the course of my career here.
Oh yeah, keep going.
Nowadays we get so much help from stats guys, and the play is to bang it up there. It's a good golf hole, and if you want to win this tournament, you better pull up and hit some golf shots.
I think this is my favorite hole here at Quail. It's the true risk-reward, drivable par 4. You heard the players just describe how they might play it. Flag stick today at the very top part of the green. If you miss it right, you may not be able to put it on the putting surface because everything slopes toward the lake behind the green. You'll see as many players, I think, lay up today as they take a shot at it. Max Homa earlier today, I happened to watch it. Not only did he drive the green, he hit it 2 feet away for a tap-in birdie.
You do that, though.
Here's the stats for this hole today.
That one eagle, courtesy of Max Homa's great play.
Although yesterday our group was defying the odds.
Yeah.
And what little wind there is out here is helping just a little bit, slightly left or right as well. It's nowhere close to 6 or 7 miles an hour. It's about 2 or 3 miles an hour. So just a very gentle breeze.
All right, Gary, you're Matty Fitzpatrick. Do you take driver or do you lay back and play for a assured wedge to, 10 or 12 feet at worst?
Yeah, I think he hit driver. I mean, it suits his shape. He's playing well. The last 2 drives have been pure. I think you just keep going to the well here, and if you hit in the water, you drop it out and try and make 4 the hard way. But I just get a sense that he's starting to feel it, and you want to continue that aggressive play and that positive play. He's got driver in hand, so we'll see.
Is there a group on the green?
Yes, there is.
Okay. Well, we talked earlier about Max Homa. This is a player who has not been hitting the ball well, and particularly not driving the ball well. He takes driver here, and it never leaves the flagstick. You saw him posing on the tee with good reason. Watch the result. One for the ages.
Yeah, Max Homa has won at this campus, so to speak, before. And his game has fallen off quite significantly. Made all kinds of changes, including with his longtime caddy. And he is performing today with that 64.
I'll say.
And he plays big ballparks well, doesn't he? When you think the success at the Farmers, the Genesis, and here as well. So this is a golf course that really suits his eye.
He had 5 missed cuts in a row this season.
Tell me that didn't wear on you.
Yet T12 at the Masters, and now in the conversation here. Scratch your head. We're ready to go, Gary.
Okay. So for faders, it looks like you've got to take it right over the trees down this left side. For Matt, I think you'll see this start about 10, 15 yards right at them and just play his shape. Just steered away at the last minute there, so then he's going to be up on the hill.
Ooh, that's going to be tough to get it close.
Looks like less than driver for Rahm. Maybe set up from the drive-in today. I think normally would take driver over those trees. Instead of 3 wood over the trees.
I missed it enough, should be fine.
Okay, perfect now.
Further down the hill it goes, the easier the second shot. Good play. Whether by design or accident.
Well, Chantel, with the green mile looming, this is a must birdie, and the next hole is a must birdie as well. Needs to just move left just a little bit.
In the bunker.
Well, always some excitement at this 14th hole with the water everywhere coming into the clubhouse. We're following Jon Rahm, Matt Fitzpatrick, and Patrick Cantlay on ESPN+. Our featured group coverage rolls on in the second round. This is where our group landed their drives compared to, well, you're getting nowhere if you're gray in that water, but that one lonely yellow ball, of course, Max Homa, the lowest round today with a 64. Plenty of birdies out there, no surprise, 41 to count. Ryan Gerard hanging in there. Jonathan Vegas, the man at the top, 8 under par. By the way, halfway through the last time we played a PGA Championship here in 2017, the 36-hole co-leaders were Kevin Kisner and Hideki Matsuyama. That co-lead was 8 under par, and the winning score, of course, by Justin Thomas was 8 under.
And Kisner played well on this course, which you would suspect is not a great course for him. He's not even among the mid-length player. He's one of the shortest players on tour.
Make it make sense. Matthew Pavon, not necessarily top 20 in driving distance on tour. Not Alex Smalley either.
No, that's
not
the thing.
Matt Fitzpatrick.
There's not a preponderance of long hitters.
Now Johnny Vegas, he's got power.
He got power. He's not known for being straight, but he's straight enough this week.
Gary, can you help us out with this equation here?
I would add a caveat. Not yet. The long hitters at the top of the leaderboard.
Okay.
I still think over the course of 4 rounds it will equalize itself out because of that advantage. So it looks like one of those long hitters, John Rahm, first to go. Really nice angle here. So it's just trying to pick the trajectory and the landing spot. So a low spinner. So check, release. Oh, almost.
Gary, is Fitzpatrick far enough back on that hillside that he can kind of go at that target, or does he have to be very mindful of the fact that the ball could get away from him?
Well, he went all the way down to the flag, looked past the flag just to see the tilt past the hole. Yeah, the good news is you're begging for a good lie from here. He's got a good lie. It's a relatively flat lie as well. So the number one thing you need here is loft. You need to get the natural height just to soften it on that first bounce. And actually where the ball will land is it's pitched a little bit away from him, but it's not a huge slope that's going to just bounce and immediately release, because the lie is actually pretty good. So this is all going to be about height on the shot. If you can get the ball up in the air and just cushion it with that first bounce.
He's having what I call one of these what if conversations with his caddy.
I think they're certainly looking a little bit left.
Gary, when's the last time these players saw a leaderboard?
They're dotted quite liberally around here. So there was one, I believe, on the previous hole. And so the caddies are always paying attention. Some players do, some don't. So it looked like Matt, I think, he's trying to hit it into that bowl and run it up onto the green. Yeah, that's where he's looking. So this one's going to be left of the hole and just trying to take out any very bad result.
given how he stands at 6 under, I think that's a good play and a smart play.
Well, it's all about acceptance, isn't it? You play aggressively, you've got to accept the results and then deal with it from there.
Live to fight another day.
He didn't get greedy here.
I think a less experienced player would have played it entirely differently and with different results too.
All right, second shot here from the green side bunker. Patrick Cantlay.
Pretty simple shot here. Just let the slope take it down. Okay, so there's a good opportunity to make one birdie. Get a little close to that cut line. I go back to that shot, Steve, and I wonder, being cross-handed, if it's just a little bit harder to naturally loft the ball up because you don't have the hand action. I think that's a lot of it there. That lie to me looked like, I think you could confidently hit a shot, I know, 7 times out of 10 to a pretty scoreable position just through height. And I just wondered, you know, I was just trying to kind of replicate cross-handed, trying to get the ball straight up in the air. That would be a lot more tricky, a lot more difficult.
Good point.
So now, with that choice, now all of a sudden you bring 3-putt into play here. This is not an easy 2-putt by any stretch of the imagination. It goes uphill, downhill, then kind of flattens, then it comes downhill to the left at the end. So it's a busy putt. Not sure. They may wave the group behind through. Yeah, there comes the wave from Matt. While he's doing that, he's going to pace out his putt just to kind of put a number to what he's seeing.
Corey Connors will start this hole. Minwoo is going to give this one a go.
Chantal, I actually watched Minwoo in the practice round take it right down that left tree line and just pitch it right on the front edge. It was quite fun to watch.
He birdied this hole yesterday after finding the right side, green side bunker. Then he made eagle at 15. Must be nice.
Oh, hold on. 5 meters. Sit. Don't really. Really good time out here.
It's safe. Rasmus Højgaard.
Boy, it must be nice to fly at 340. I know it's a little downhill. That was impressive.
You see all kinds of shots here at this little devilish hole.
Devilish, perfect word. Yesterday, 12 water balls. Today, so far, 7. Back to our group at the green.
So a little time for Matt to kind of just collect his thoughts.
This huge.
I think inside 4 feet here would be an exceptional putt, Steve.
I'll say.
"73 feet to the pin."
That's pretty darn good.
Jon Rahm now with 11.5 feet. This would be his first birdie on the back 9.
Just gently moving to the left. I think it's just on that right lip. Chantel, a hot putter today would have made a big difference for John. He's put himself in good spots, hasn't he? That's some very, very makeable putts.
But he also got away with some.
He did indeed.
They say it all evens out.
It never seemed to even out for me.
Bill or Barbara used to say if it wasn't for bad breaks, I'd have no breaks at all.
8 feet for Patrick Cantlay to somehow climb closer to the weekend.
It's 8 feet of must-make footage here.
Booking that flight now, Gary.
I believe so. Mentally, that is difficult now, knowing what you've got coming up, and your game's just not there. It's so frustrating for a world-class player such as Patrick to be searching and trying to find something the week of a major, especially after playing pretty decently last week. It's a surprising performance this week. So just inside 4 feet for Matt.
Smart par.
Smart par.
Could have been a lot worse.
Nothing like 2 putting from 75 feet. Played it safe. Got out of Dodge. 2 bogeys on the day, 5 birdies for Matt Fitzpatrick, who's only 2 shots off the lead, and now we move on to the par 5 15th.
This is your last reasonable chance to make birdie coming to the house. You've got 16, 17, 18 coming up. none of which offer an easy birdie opportunity. But here, if you drive in the fairway, you can at least knock it up around the green. Some players today have knocked it on the green. Just put it in play off the tee and then go from there.
Five eagles makes this the second easiest hole. I always say to pick apart the par fives, and here's your evidence.
The last front, 285 cover on that line. I mean, that's the line, isn't it? That's what I give it to you. Bang on the left, right?
So just listening to the conversation there, I think they're talking about just taking it down this left side. It's 285 to cover the overhanging branch of the left trees. Once you get it past there, you get a good look at the green. You just want to keep it out of those bunkers to give yourself an opportunity to reach in two.
That is found the bunker, and you can only hope for a clean lie so you can advance it down the fairway.
Gary, little breeze picking up?
Just enough. It's gusting to 5 miles an hour now, so it's actually quite pleasant. I'm down right by the lake, and it actually feels pretty nice coming off the water. Now, John.
You didn't hop in, did you?
No, it would be nice right now.
Exactly.
Now, John is hoping for a better effort off the tee than the last two par fives. Left both times. It starts down the left.
Fade.
I think he's done it again.
Fade.
That is a very, very steep bank over there too, Gary.
He took it over the trees, over the hump, and so he's foreshortened this par five. It all depends on the lie now.
He's found only 6 fairways today, John Rahm. Now Patrick.
Eagle gives him hope.
How about the live odds for Matt Fitzpatrick, who is now on the first page of the leaderboard, 2 strokes off the pace. To enter the tournament, man, you had to feel pretty confident for this guy. 200 to 1. He is now 12 to 1 to win the PGA Championship. Hit the green at the PGA Championship with ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Start off the tournament with $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with our promo code BIRDIE to get started today.
Okay, Fitzpatrick is in the 15th hole in a fairway trap.
Okay.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Welcome back to the 107th PGA. That's going on at Quail Hollow. I'm Joe Hallett. I'm over here at Frisco at the PGA bunker here inside. We see that Matthew Fitzpatrick is going to be, he's 280 yards out. He is going to probably hit a very standard or normal fairway bunker shot. This is a very difficult shot for most people because they try and become so exquisite and they just want to pick it perfectly, and it just doesn't work that way. But I'll tell you what, I'm going to let you take a divot in the bunker. You just got to take it on this side of the ball. A couple of things in your setup will help. We're going to put the ball back. We're going to get the handle forward. We're going to get the buttons forward, and we're going to lean a little on our left. That's how you get a ball out of a fairway bunker and take a divot. It's not as tough as it sounds. Give it a try.
Yes, sir. I am absolutely loving every minute of Joe Hallett action.
It makes it look easy, doesn't he?
Yeah. We'll just separate these shots nice and simple, and then you go do it on your own. Well, he did that demonstration because over here we've got Matt Fitzpatrick on the right side. Patrick Cantlay absolutely needs some magic coming in. He's at 5 over par with the cut at +2. And Jon Rahm just hanging out literally on that left-hand side in the rough.
Yeah, 'cause I still want to make sure we have enough to cover it there. I still want to make sure we have enough to cover it. Yeah, I just want to make sure it's too much to cover it. So I know, but okay, so equals, and it's at 8. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. I think 8's going to go. I mean, the only thing I'd say is if it's going that way, I try to. There's no 2 ways. If it's going that way, I try to. It's never going to count. That's what I'm saying. You're playing up there. That's what I'm saying. I don't like 8. Because you knew he was going to go through. Exactly. Yeah. Okay. On that tree, yeah? Yes.
Steve, I think it's certainly something to watch for Matt over the weekend. You notice that when there's trouble left, he's bailed out right. And for a draw of the ball, that's quite unusual, isn't it?
Yeah, good point. This is smart here. Take plenty of loft. Find the fairway. Take your medicine. We couldn't see where that ended up, Gary.
I lost it as well there. He didn't seem overly excited by it. I think he missed the fairway right.
That's not good.
It appears so from the camera angle we did have. All right, Patrick Cantlay needs a gem here from 257, Gary.
The flag's in a good spot for it. Flag back so you can pitch it on that front part, but that's left.
Not good there.
Now, I'm looking forward to this shot from Jon. Now, Jon is immensely strong, and I think you're going to see some speed through the ball here because the ball is so spongy like, so you have to generate so much speed. 150 over the bunker in front of him. If it gets it over that, it will run a long way. That's well done.
That's a really good lead. Good shot.
Well, I think Fitzpatrick's going to be very frustrated to have no legitimate look at birdie on the previous hole, and now 130 yards away in some pretty thick rough. And if he, it's another hole that he doesn't have a good look at birdie, it's going to be, I feel like a couple of opportunities lost here. I'll be interested to see what he can conjure up again. At least the flag's in a good spot for something in the rough that you can release it back there.
So 2 shots back, and based on the play we've seen this afternoon, doesn't really feel like anyone's going to sniff a 64 If he somehow manufactures par here and pars the rest of the way in, do you guys think 6 under will hold for share of second?
Yes, absolutely. I can't see any of the names below them that might scare me to think that they've got a chance to go low.
Another look at the bunker shot. I thought he was playing it safe, but we will find out.
It looked like a good strike.
Play his third.
Steve, that layup.
Way right.
Yeah, that layup is so hard because that water really pinches in right about the landing zone. So at the last minute, you steer away from that. And we saw it yesterday, didn't we? Where we saw a bunker shot off the tee. And we saw the next shot in the right rough. So it's a really well-designed hole. If you hit a good shot, you can go for it in 2. If you hit a poor shot, all of a sudden that layup becomes difficult.
Yeah, if you take on the water with anything less than a good lie, to your point, you know, if you catch it a little bit heavy, you slip, you're going to find the water.
So Matt has walked up a good 60 or 70 yards because you're semi-blind from down where he is. So just trying to get a picture. But as I said, the good news is he's got, you know, a good 20 yards over the bunker up to the flag. So if you can just sort of just assume it's going to release a little bit, you've got plenty of room to land it in.
So the tree is no issue. He can go under those limbs and have a shot at the middle of the green, maybe?
That's correct, yes. It's just the nature of the lie. It's just sort of nestled down and there's grass wrapped around the ball. So he's going to need some speed through the ball here. Well, now the caddy's going to have a look. That was usually the sign I was going to fire a caddy. Okay, run up there, run up that hill, walk around in the bunker a bit more, rake that a little bit more. Okay, it's just not going to work out.
Yeah, which I want to be anyway. Now, for me, 42, you want to pitch it 30. Yeah. 30's got to be like 35. Yeah. I think it's going to come out heavy, but we've got another 8 past it. Yeah, but anything over that flag just runs away. If you haven't really got anything past it. No, but it's got to stay right. This is going to stay right. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. I just don't think it's out. Because there's so much behind it. Yeah. But that's might have been my thought. I might not cover the front leg. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah. Don't feel like you're smash it. No, I'm just going to hit that in between shot. Right? Yeah. Okay, fine. On that line we said. Yeah.
Almost feel the steam rising from Jon Rahm, waiting and waiting for his next pitch shot. It's been a while.
This has been far longer than 40 seconds.
Let's go Northwestern! What a shot! What a shot!
It was worth the wait. It was a good shot from there.
I'll say.
Well, not for nothing, but the LPGA has cracked down on slow play, boys.
Good on them. You know, but it starts at the junior level, goes to the high school level, goes to the college level. College coaches are the worst. They slow down play all the time, trying to hang around with a player, trying to walk them through shots. Just let them go play.
Ooh, college golf is a doozy.
Well, Tom Kim was saying that playing TGO actually helped him. He was really struggling earlier in the year, but to play on a shot clock absolutely helped him get back into the routine that he needed.
Yeah, baseball now has a pitch clock. Softball the same. I think it's good.
Okay.
Self-enforcing.
And we've seen John hit a few of these shots and just maybe overspin it. Another shot, bring it in low. get it skipping twice and then put on the brakes. Overspun it again. It's all about making those adjustments, isn't it, Steve? Where you just, it's a pattern emerging now.
Absolutely.
Now Patrick Cantlay.
It's about all he had from there.
Well, we began this second round with this group at 125 boys.
Oh, man.
I know how Steve feels about that. And he's not walking the course.
It's all right. We've just got 7/10 of a mile left. By yardage, that is.
It just sends the wrong message.
.28 feet for Matt Fitzpatrick.
So when all's said and done, to get it to a spot you could make a birdie from was a really good result from the drive and the second shot. And breaking left all the way. See if we can nick one here. Good pace.
Well, credit Matt. Gary, he got out of position on the last two holes and walked away with 2 pars, so no damage.
Other than ticking off your playing partners.
That's another discussion for another time, right?
Let's see if Cantlay can make something. Find a little something here. Maybe it'll carry over to the next tournament.
25 feet. This would be something. I did not look at when we started playing this hole, but I should have.
DoorDash should have gotten there quicker.
Says the guy who ate raisins out of the container with a spoon yesterday.
Didn't have time to prepare it. Took a shortcut, and you saw me on the spy cam.
I sure did, and Gary's out there enjoying an Uncrustable strawberry flavor. That's a slam dunk right there. Let's see if this birdie goes in for John Rahm, who I could feel the steam from here, 17 feet.
Need a similar putt on 11, and up and out of that early. Frustration from Rahm.
And now the fun begins as they go to 16.
It's time for the Green Mile, and this is a notable 3 closing holes.
They call it the Green Mile, and it's justified. I think it's the toughest stretch of holes in the world. You have to hit perfect shots, or you're going to make bogey or much worse.
You're trying to sign for 3 pars. You know, if you get to sneak a birdie in, that's an advantage.
There's nothing hidden. It's right in front of you, and you got to go execute, hit some golf shots, that's for sure.
When people come off this golf course, the last thing they remember is the last 3 holes, and they think, whoa.
That Green Mile that keeps getting longer somehow. Even in perfectly calm conditions, every single shot is a test.
It certainly lives up to its reputation, Steve.
Yeah, JT nailed it. It lays in front of you, no tricks. Just, boy, strap it on. Hit 5 good full shots, and you can get through this gauntlet. They've changed the hole several times over the years, and usually when it gets longer and harder, I don't like it, but boy, I like this. This green just sits out on that lake at this infinity backdrop, and you got to play a good drive and put it in play. If you hit it in the rough, chances are you can't even put it on the green. Just a stunningly hard and pretty par 4.
Yesterday, a collective 64 over par just at the 16th hole, combined 171 over par throughout 16, 17, and 18. Matt Fitzpatrick ready to go, Gary.
Okay, good drive needed here. Let's see if we can get something out of this. Play the last 3 great.
Good start.
I do, yeah. I mean, I think a hard draw, yeah, I think it is. .288 covers that little tongue that comes out. Yeah, just right at the TV tower there, so. Yeah. It's over the right. Yeah. Basically just straight right line.
And a reminder, he's only found 6 fairways today, John Rahm, with this driver that, well, you could probably find some word to describe it. What would yours be, Steve?
I can't get a read. I really can't. Taking on that bunker. All right, actually hooked it back in play. Great shot. Maybe the best drive today.
I'd say. Patrick Cantlay. You've gotten a front row seat to one of the best charges today. Matt Fitzpatrick has climbed up the leaderboard in a share of second, 6 under par, but Jonathan Vegas at the top, 8 under at the PGA Championship.
The greens are green. The fairways are green. The jacket, for a few of them, is green. The mile is green. 16, 17, and 18 at Quail Hollow. The money they win for hitting a tiny white ball is green. The losers will be green with envy, and the winners will leave the green expanse of grass behind the gates of this place, reflecting in the mirrored sterling silver of a trophy strapped into the front seat like a friend.
Well, when you're talking about slow play, lots of reasons to blame, Steve.
Yeah, it's a hard golf course. You drive it out of play in the rough. It's going to take a while, but gosh, you can still. I had a guy that used to work for me, and he nailed it. He said, I can play poorly quickly.
I thought you'd catch on to the turtle we've got here crossing the way.
Oh.
Our green.
My brain's fried, okay?
You
Apologies.
left me hanging. Gary, you out there doing turtle rescues today, or is that your weekend job?
I think the turtle's moving about as slow as John McGuinness and I today out in this group. Come on, off you go.
Yeah, at least you're in for some good wine after this round.
Yeah, quite potentially.
Okay, so that's obviously a soft shell turtle.
One of them got in a bunker yesterday, and they had to bring a grounds crew in because the turtle burrowed into the face of the bunker.
I could see how that would be a problem.
Mm-hmm.
Back to the golf. Although we love the wildlife, and so does little Serena watching at home. Our producer's little one. Patrick Cantlay.
So thick lie. This is going to knuckle and run. Oh, it's so close to being perfect. It needed one bounce left. Really good from there. I think if you're Patrick, you just set yourself a little goal. Let's see if we can play the green mile even par. I think that'll be something just to, show you've still got some fight and you're still trying as hard as you can. You play those 3 even par, you can be proud of yourself.
.211 here for Fitzy.
So beautiful view down the hill. Just saw Patrick Cantlay in his backswing, so had him move. Just look, I think 15 feet left of this flag. Pitching a little short.
That's tugged left, Gary.
Needs a soft bounce. Soft. It runs off the edge here. Okay.
Ooh. This is awesome.
Is a turtle a TIO, Gary?
Huh. I'll have to ask one of our PGA of America officials here. All right. Ovation for the turtle who's left the dance floor.
And now John Rahm.
So after the big drive, John with an opportunity to be aggressive here down the hill from 178. That'll be a 9-9, I think, for John. Well, that was one of the freest swings of the day there. This is a great looking shot. Oh, too good.
Yeah, he was holding that pose. .50 feet, that's his proximity number today, and that is not good. There's the reaction. How did I hit it that good past the flag? So 16, 17, 18, we can't talk about it enough. Yesterday, Patrick Cantlay had a mess of a day, but that included a bogey at the closing hole, and so did it for Matt Fitzpatrick. But Jon Rahm managed his way through the Green Mile, all pars.
Really? I'm on this feature group. I like that pretty good. No feature way to go.
This is where things stand.
Yeah, Cantlay got lucky. Just missed the bunker on the right. Rahm right over the flagstick, disappointed with the outcome. Fitzy pulled or tugged his second, missed the turtle. He's okay.
Chantel, I go back to, we were talking about the proximity for Jon Rahm. I'd certainly noticed every time he's gone after it, the distance control has been difficult. Every time he's taken a little bit off it, it's been pretty much spot on. And it's just sometimes you get caught in between yardages. You just have those rounds where you just have awkward numbers and you're just trying to figure it out. And maybe tomorrow it will be a little bit, a few more comfortable ones. Cantlay going first. Well managed. But he has hit some absolutely prodigious distances, hasn't he, with his short irons. That one on 12, I still can't believe how far that went.
At least we're being time efficient here. And we showed you the leaderboard. Scottie Scheffler, 4 under par. He's made 3 bogeys, or excuse me, 3 birdies today, 1 bogey. Most recently coming at the 14th as he begins the par 5 15th. And so 4 under is good for a share of 7th right now.
Cut looks like 1 over. McIlroy paired with Scheffler is even for the championship. Playing the par 5 15th. They're right behind our group. Now it looks like the cut has moved to 2.
Yeah, I'm seeing 2 over.
Yeah, there are 68 players at +1. So it could go either way.
Well, yeah, a great lag putt on 14. That's pretty good from down there on set 16.
Crazy to think Matt Fitzpatrick 85th in the world and Jon Rahm 82nd in the world for a former #1 player in the world. Spent 52 weeks there.
John's got one of those putts from right behind the hole. About 6 feet right would have been a dead straight putt. He's just going to catch the side of this little spine and runs down the middle. So this almost moves left the whole way.
knock it in.
Bogey free on the back 9 and 5 feet to keep that intact.
That one certainly got away from him, didn't it? I didn't see that one have that much pace to it. So it should be a pretty straight putt from here.
He's had to grind on some holes.
Only the lone bogey at 2. Otherwise, a very clean card.
Well, Steve, I get a sense that John will look at this round and say, you know, assuming you finish half decently, I didn't get anything really out of this round, and I'm still within touchdown distance. So I think he knows that his game is very, very close. There wasn't much of a difference between shooting just under par and maybe 4 or 5 under par.
Well said.
We showed you where Scottie Scheffler sits on the leaderboard. Let's show you how he got there. 3rd hole, some distance to the cup. He kept it going. Man, he gets a lot of crap for the putter, but when you're inside of 15 feet on a regular basis, you can't make them all, but he was making plenty today.
Great bunker shot there.
Playing alongside Rory McIlroy, who needed to make a run. 2nd hole, he picked up his first birdie of the day from right here. 7th hole, another birdie. Ta-da! Huh, interesting color he's got on. Steve?
Burnt orange.
Birdied 7, birdied 8, and the 10th from off the green.
Played 2 great shots to there. 2-putt birdie.
He bogeyed the 11th and the 12th. 14th hole, though, another one. So yesterday, he shot a 74. Began today 3 over par for the tournament. He now sits at even.
And Chantel, he has a kick-in birdie at the 15th awaiting him.
Got to eat up those par 5s. He loves this place. Rory's playground, and man, what a roller coaster ride. Everybody going crazy on the Rory train coming in. Maybe some fell off yesterday, but they're back. All right, last par 3 of the day.
Move the tee markers left and up. Flagsticks front left, only 185 yards. That doesn't mean it's easier. It's just maybe a little bit more accessible.
Second hardest hole of the day, the green mile taking names.
And another lag part needed for Fitzpatrick.
Like landless on the number?
No, I think it's very similar to the shot you hit on the last hole, honestly, Rombo. Okay. Yep. I think it's the same thing.
So I was talking to a Marshall that Common Club today has been an 8 iron. So I might be squeezing that 9 again. 175 carries the water downhill. Just about 5 yards. This ball is traveling a long way today.
Get very lucky.
He's left of the flag. That's what he's concerned about.
I think stayed up. Yep. Yeah, nothing about it.
Yeah, Wu is right.
One-hand finish for Patrick Cantlay. Work to do, but man, this Green Mile certainly living up to the hype. Second hardest hole. That's where we're at now to take you into the clubhouse with our featured group on ESPN+.
Welcome back to the 107th PGA Championship at Quail Hollow. I'm Joe Hallett here in Frisco to talk a little bit about something you're going to see in that Green Mile. You're going to see a lot of chip shots. There's one common characteristic you see with the best short game people in the world, coaches and players alike. The swing tends to go from high to low. If you're struggling with your chipping, you may be going low to high, which brings out all kinds of interesting shots. Will almost always allow you to try chipping again on the next one. Watch what you see out of the heavy rough. John Rahm, who's going to be in there. High to low. Keep the club head below the hands. Keep it low, and your score will stay low.
Helpful tips. So good to have Joe Hallett with us the whole way. PGA of America teaching professional Patrick Cantlay. Man, it's just been one of those rounds, Steve.
Yeah, he's ready to get to the house, get home. Spend the weekend trying to figure out what's going on with his game. All of these guys are very prideful. They don't like to play like this. They're a little bit embarrassed, honestly.
And the trend continues. Not in terms of the major cuts made for this guy, but just not in the mix at majors. We mentioned earlier 42 top fives on the PGA Tour. 42. Only 2 top fives in major championships. Scary. I don't believe this.
Really hard to wrap your head around that.
Well, it is, because he's such a complete player. That's the hard thing. So now you start to think it's a mental thing that's just a hump you've got to get over. And I get a sense when he does. He's been in contention a few times in majors. He had a good finish at the US Open last year, so he understands what it's all about. He's just got to get himself in position. Now, this is a really difficult chip for Jon Rahm. Grass going back into him, so watch how steep and long the backswing is, and just like Joe said, short the follow-through is. Just dump it up onto the surface. That was pretty good from that grass growing into him. Such a difficult shot.
Glad to be there in 2 after that tee shot.
Matt Fitzpatrick, 2 strokes off the lead. Long way here for birdie, but he's only had 1 top 10 since winning that US Open in Brookline.
It's another tough one, isn't it? A lot of the time you win that first major and your expectations go through the roof, and it's so hard when you're not getting the results and your expectations are not matching what you're getting. So hopefully this will be the start of good things again this weekend. So another similar putt to the one he had on 14. Long way away, uphill for the first half and then slightly downhill to the right. And once again, he has accomplished it beautifully. Well done.
That's fabulous. Gary, to your point, I worked for years with Ian Baker Finch. We became great friends, and he said after he won the 91 Open, he thought he had to get longer. So he tried to get longer, and the result speaks for itself.
Matt Fitzpatrick, I've seen great putting today. Gaining almost 2 strokes on the field with the putter. And so far in this tournament, almost 2.5 strokes. Now Cantlay. I always think it's fascinating. So Patrick Cantlay just way out of the storyline and from bad to worse. The dynamic of a group, these are all world-class players, but for Jon Rahm, the kind of personality he has, the pace of play that he likes, along with Matt Fitzpatrick, who's 2 off of the lead. I mean, how does that all sync up personality-wise out there, Gary?
Well, I think right now it's all just they're so focused on just one shot at a time. You just kind of throw everything out. And this is, there's especially these last 3 holes, you've got to just execute shot after shot after shot, and it's just keep digging deep. So up the hill here, just over 7 feet for John. This would be a heck of an up and down. Well done.
Another look. And a tap in bogey for Patrick.
Well, Chantel, as we'd say in Alabama, with Matt Fitzpatrick's lag pattern, his yonder has been just about perfect today. I'm picking it up after 35 years.
The corollary to that, Gary, is his distance was good, but his towards were off.
Exactly.
Well, if you're just joining us, let's show you the magic of Matt Fitzpatrick. It didn't feel like anything super sexy, Steve, but the boring golf works. Kicking it off at the first.
Yeah, he made birdie at the first, bogey at the second. And here's the third. Another shortish putt for birdie, which he converts. And here's
at
the
the
par five, seventh. Yeah, he played a beautiful second shot to there. Almost over for eagle.
Bunker work on display at the 10.
Two good shots found the green side bunker. An excellent bunker shot led to another birdie.
Well, he did not like seeing this ball, but he didn't have a problem with it.
No, he didn't. So much for mud balls being an issue.
Another birdie there. And that was once this went in at the 12th.
Toughest read he had today. Read it beautifully. Struck it even better.
At the 3 o'clock, like you called. 5 birdies on the scorecard today for Matt Fitzpatrick, climbing to 6 under par. Matthew Pavone posting a 65. Scottie Scheffler at 5 under with Max Homa. Siwoo Kim just made an ace. Michael Thorbjornsen in a share of 7th. 4 under includes Christian Bezuidenhout and Ryan Fox, the last man in the field, winning at Myrtle Beach last week on a tear, my man. All right, hold your breath. It's the 18th.
If you have not been driving the ball well and come to this 18th hole, you've got double trouble. Penalty area, that creek to the left, bunker and woods to the right. You can have a two-way miss here. You can hit a pretty good tee shot and not find the fairway.
Hang on.
Just drifted down that right side.
That bunker's not bad.
Oh, that's a great bounce, it looked like to me.
Just in the, can't tell whether it made the second cut or not.
Looked like it got that little kick left into the slope, didn't it? It might just be over that slope in decent position. It's a fearsome final hole, isn't it?
Is it ever? There is no place to miss.
That's the way it should be in a major. If you're going to earn something, you're going to have to earn it by hitting 2 great shots. That's drifting as well. He overcut that one.
Eighteenth hole today, playing a half a stroke over par, Gary. Only 10 birdies found today, 38 bogeys, 21 doubles, 1 other.
It's very, very easy to do because you can be out of position on the first shot and you can very easily get out of position on the second shot as well. That's hugging the left side. That might be ideal there.
When you're not going to make the cut, this is an easy tee shot.
I think you might be right there.
No sweat. We're coming into the clubhouse. Turtles, birds, birdies. Well, Matt Fitzpatrick found enough to get his name into contention. We've got our featured group coverage wrapping up soon, but stick with us for the closing hole in the Green Mile.
Players are doing math now. Trying to figure out the cut line. Teetering on the edge.
Oh, God, that's so bad.
Pride on the line.
He's putting his weekend on the line with his shot.
And lots of money, too.
That's going to end up wet.
This is the second round of the PGA Championship.
Current cut line now at +1, 73 players right there. Sweating it out. Patrick Cantlay, he won't be here. Xander Schauffele doing his absolute best to stay on this list. 12 consecutive made cuts. And right now he is right at that number after making birdie at the par 5 15th. That brought him to +1. So it is crazy to follow these storylines. Hideki Matsuyama, unfortunately, on the outside of this equation, Steve. And for the best players in the world, no guarantees. Weaknesses exposed.
That's true. You got to bring your best here. I think while we have a minute, a real shout out to Johnny Harris and all the folks at Quail Hollow for allowing this major championship to be hosted here. They've done a great job. They've opened their arms. They've done a fabulous job. Keith Wood, his superintendent, and all of his staff have done a fabulous job of presenting a golf course that early in the week looked like we might have some major issues, but that has not been the case. It has held up to the test. It has been more than a fair test.
Absolutely, no, it's a 9-iron all day long. Yep. You think like a 50 shot? Yeah, 53 hole. I mean, the key is just keeping it right of it, right? Seeing it land in the middle of that.
It's the hardest swing on the 1 on 9.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right one. All right, buddy, let's see it.
Two basically identical tee shots for Fitzpatrick and Rahm. Rahm got the slightly heavier lie. It's got that backstop behind this hole you can use to slow it down. Just want to take the force run out of play. 161. Hit it as hard as he could to hit it as high as he could.
Really good shot from there.
Saw a lot of speed through that ball, didn't you, for Rahm, and that was because of the line. Now Fitzpatrick has got a less heavy line. The grass is going with him a little bit, so he might be able to be a little bit more aggressive from 160.
Let's go. Great. Yeah. Great.
What a wonderful shot there.
That's exactly what he was trying to do there. Just use that backstop to slow it down. It's really, really well played.
Guys, he's missed only 3 greens this round.
Yeah, he's played well. And when he's got out of position, remember 14, remember 15 here. He's played in the middle of the green. He's played safe. I think he's played a very mature round of golf.
Now, what's the bet in after such a poor day that Cantlay makes birdie on the last hole? There we go. Pin high, roll that in and say, why didn't we do that a few holes earlier?
We'll go back to 2017, the last time we saw Quail Hollow at a major, and this one lives on YouTube, the viral clips, social media. I mean, effortless beauty right there.
Look at a young-looking Rahm coming up here.
And two-time major champion, reached world #1 in 2020, and maybe, just maybe, he'll make a charge this weekend.
I have to admit, I miss watching him play.
You can watch him on Live.
I miss watching him play on the PGA Tour.
Well, for as much criticism as he's received, last year he did miss the cut at this major. He did not play in the U.S. Open because of an injury at the Open, a top 10, and this year at the Masters. T14.
He's got a lot of game. Anytime you win 2 majors, you got to tip your hat to the quality of the play. He likes to compete. He's fun to watch. He's exciting. And he does it his way. You'd never teach that kind of swing again. And yet it works very well for him, and he hadn't made any effort to change it. That's what I admire about him.
So just breaking left all the way here. A little bit downhill that second half. All in all, a solid round of golf. And not too far off the top of the leaderboard. Certainly within touching distance.
Well done. Made the most out of his round today. Didn't have his best stuff off the tee, but he held it together. And that's what the good ones, the great ones, I should say, do. Hard fought round of 70.
Yeah, mixed bag. Driver going both ways. Couple of nice birdies there right when you need them at 7 and 8, and some par saves to really help him hang in there.
Actually had a little smile for his caddy, so I think that sort of reinforces what we're talking about. He knows that that's about as good as he could play today.
So this not just for birdie, but to get to 7 under. That would be solo second and just 1 off the pace of Jonathan Vegas at 8 under.
They could play in the last group tomorrow too.
It's a speedy one here, Steve. Downhill, it starts to move right.
Finally, Patrick can't wait to finish this up. Back-to-back rounds of 74.
Yeah, that will be his first miscut in a major since the PGA Championship in 2022 at Southern Hills. So, Matt Fitzpatrick. Just 2 feet here. And that would be his best round carded at a major since all the way back to the 2023 Open Championship, a 68 today. Well, for a guy who's called his game, quote, rubbish and said it's the worst he's ever played, the lowest he's ever felt, he has found something on the biggest stage here at Quail Hollow. Extremely impressive round from Matt Fitzpatrick. A 68, and he is in a share of second place heading into the weekend with a few groups left on the golf course at Quail Hollow. Thanks for watching ESPN Plus feature group coverage of the 2025 PGA Championship. For Steve Melnick, Gary Christian, I'm Chantel McCabe. A big thanks to our crew for all their hard work from start to finish. Thanks for joining us. Catch our coverage tomorrow for round 3.
It's the PGA Championship, a tournament where legends and long shots both have shined.
Can it be? Yes! Had that one the PGA Championship lore. Oh! He's done it!
Coverage continues on ESPN and ESPN Plus.